Good morning. This is Environment Agriculture Committee, and I would like my members to take their seats. And I would request Representative Murray, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning, everyone. We took a field trip today. We're in a new room. On today's docket at 10 o'clock, we are doing a committee work session to just sort of have a little discussion about 4 bills that we've heard. Representative Dutsey, please, right there. There you go. So we have 4 bills that we're going to just briefly discuss. The first one is HB 1386, relative to prohibiting the disposal of lithium-ion batteries in solid waste landfill facilities, composting facilities, or incinerators. And I just wanted to get a quick read from the committee members who are here. I know we have a few who will be absent today and 2 who will be late. But I just wanted to get a quick read from our committee regarding that bill. I know Representative Ebel introduced the bill and also had presented an amendment to that bill having to do with noticing that if something gets thrown into the squash or into the incinerator or some other place in a landfill by accident, that there would be, they would be held harmless for an inadvertent action. And I just wanted to get feedback from the committee on this bill, what you think, if it needs any other further amendments. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so I think that the bill with the suggested amendment makes sense, and we had some discussion about adding lithium batteries as well as lithium-ion batteries to that, and we got an email from Representative Ebel last night indicating that they're forwarding something from the Northeast, the NRRA, however that comes out in, suggesting that might actually complicate things because of the in terms of educating people about how to separate the different items. I think that it makes sense, to probably not go into not adding the lithium because I think that people still do sometimes separate out the lithium batteries, but I think that, which is good, but it's but I think that for the purposes of this bill, the bigger danger is the lithium-ion batteries because they're more reactive.
I would agree. Thank you. Any other comment? Representative Dutsey.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but when I went over the bill, I noticed there's an education piece, but I didn't notice a piece for collection. So, so I may be educated about not putting lithium-ion batteries into the waste stream, but, is there anything in this bill, and I didn't see it, for collection sites?
I see the sponsor shaking her head no. So I guess not, but I do know that I did catch the testimony from NHMA, New Hampshire Municipal Association, who said that many of the collection sites, transfer stations already separate these things out. And so they're okay with it, with the bill as it is. Representative Murray?
Correct me if I'm wrong, as far as the educational piece too, I know that education can also be defined as signage or those types of things, that's an educational component to the public. And I think there was some discussion around third-party entities that would be open to helping out with that through other organizations to help transfer stations educate the public on what's disposable and what should be kept out.
Right. And I also am aware that DES has on their website also information about how to recycle certain things. So, yeah, I think that's going to start filtering down and filtering out to the public. So, Representative Creighton.
Yes, ma'am. I support the bill as amended. The one thing that I was concerned about was the addition of the lithium batteries. But the word we got back to add to Representative Bixby's comment was that those are not a fire risk nearly as much as the other ones are. And so I'm perfectly fine not adding that in and going with the bill as amended. Over.
Okay. Representative Contour.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I think being aware of lithium-ion and the fire hazard is extremely important. And I understand why they should not be in landfills. But my question is what is the industry that is putting these lithium-ion batteries into the products? Are they looking for alternatives and other ways to, because if people do not recycle these and we continue, because we pass this and say that they cannot be put in there, doesn't mean that the occasional one or few are not going to be put in there, and we're going to still end up having these fires, which are horrid. So is the industry looking for alternative energy sources to get away from the lithium batteries, ion batteries? Is my question.
I don't really know the answer to that, but I would hope that they would also put something on their packaging to indicate that the batteries that are contained in there are flammable.
Yeah.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I think that the industry is, well, there are two things. One is that there's research into alternatives to lithium-ion batteries. I don't think that there's going to be a rapid change in the use of them because they are at this point an established technology that is known to work. If you look at when you get a computer, when you get a tablet, when you get a tool with a rechargeable battery on it, if you look at it, you see that it says recycle this properly, don't landfill it. So places like Home Depot and Lowe's have bins outside saying put your lithium-ion batteries here. So there are efforts from the industry to make people aware of it. I think that if those efforts are then amplified by what we have, by education at the municipal level and at the land, the transfer station level, that can only help.
Okay. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Could you remind me of the amendment that is attached to this?
Yes. Hang on. 1386. So this amendment is Amendment 2024-0497H. And it basically prohibits the disposal of wet cell and lithium-ion batteries and electronic devices in any solid waste landfill facility or incinerator in New Hampshire. The amendment requires towns, solid waste districts, and owners and operators of landfills and incinerators to make educational materials available on the prohibition. But it also says that if any of these lithium-ion batteries do get put into the squash or end up in the landfill, that it's the people doing that are not held liable for that, because people make mistakes. All right, I think we're okay then with this amendment, and probably not going to be adding in lithium batteries. That might be something for future legislation if we consider that. I'm going to move on to HB 1376, relative to prohibiting certain packaging from carrying the recycling logo. Anybody care to lend a comment about that particular bill? Representative Bixby.
So I recognize that there's a feeling of deception when you hear news reports that things with the recycling logo aren't getting recycled. But I think that the utility of those recycling logos far outweighs the perception of deception. So at at transfer stations all across the state, people are encouraged to put their number ones in one container, their number twos in another container, and so forth. And you might not be able to put your number sevens in a container, but the fact that you can put the number one in in that container means that your municipality can get money for those number ones, and instead of having to pay a tipping fee on it. If your municipality can get a reduced cost disposal for the number twos instead of paying a larger tipping fee, and in some cases, the same thing with number five. So the ability to sort that is an important financial factor for municipal transfer stations. It's not a big, it doesn't come into play when you have a single sort operation like some of our larger municipalities have, but it's really critical for our smaller municipalities that have transfer stations to have those logos to help people figure out where to put the different types of plastic. So I don't think this bill makes sense.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will concur with Representative Bixby that I don't believe that this bill makes sense. I think if you are going to do something like this, it would basically have to be done on the federal level. And I actually think that having a logo, even though some of them may not be as accurate as they should be, we are educating the consumer to look for them, and therefore guiding them towards the numbers also associated with those packaging. And to me, that's educational when it comes to recycling.
Anyone else? Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I agree with the previous comments. When I read this bill, I would actually like to see a different form of this bill. And that is one kind of like that oversight by exception, so that when it appears that a company is deceptively labeling their product, like I mentioned about my bird seed containers, okay, that, perhaps we have an oversight agency, the DES, who contacts the company, or we have a law that makes it clear, if you choose to put a recycling logo on your product, okay, that you are then responsible for ensuring that that product can be recycled somewhere in that state. Okay, and I don't think there would be a lot of complaints, but I think companies should be held accountable when there's the appearance of recycling and yet you contact them and there's nowhere to recycle it. So I would agree that I do think this bill is something that should be done at the federal level, but that we might want to look at something like that by exception next year. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with a lot of what's been said, and as with a lot of the labeling bills that we get, even when they are good ideas at root, there's the larger problem of, one small state can't really dictate kind of how companies label their products. I will only say that I think that one of the arguments that Representative Kaplan made, which I think was a compelling one, is that this would give the Attorney General's office an instrument, right? It doesn't mean that there has to be rigorous enforcement, but it does give the Attorney General's office a tool that they could use in cases like Representative Dutsey referred to then write a letter to companies and say, look, this law exists and it is unlawful in the state of New Hampshire to provide this type of misinformation. So I understand and I agree with the direction that we seem to be headed in, but I do want to point out that I think that was a good argument that Representative Kaplan made about how a law like this could be used. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, why don't we move on to HB 1681, relative to the products labeled as biodegradable or compostable. And I believe Representative Partial, who introduced the bill, he also brought with him some ideas for an amendment which would have placed the language in commerce law. And what I've been educated about by our House clerk is that we can't adopt an amendment that would place this bill in a section of law that we have no purview over. So it seems to me that, and when I've had discussions with Representative Partial as well, that he is being advised to speak to the chair and ranking member and folks over at the Commerce Committee to see if there's a bill that his language can be placed in as an amendment. Barring that, his language could be brought up to a new bill next year. And with that, I believe that we would have to ITL the bill as it is now and have him pursue that avenue. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, I'd like to, I'd like to thank our chair for having contacted the clerk to determine what the rules are regarding amending bills that would end up in a different committee's purview. And I think that I like the concept of this bill. I think that there need to be a few tweaks to it, but if this committee can't, by House rules, put the right amendment on the bill, I think what we have to do is move an ITL on it and hope that there's some bill that it could be added to in commerce. And if that doesn't work, then try again next year.
Mm-hmm. Or even maybe the Senate. He could approach a senator and put it on a Senate bill too. Okay. All right, and that leaves HB. Oh, I'm sorry, Representative Germana, I missed you.
That's it. Thank you very
You
much.
have to wave your arm.
Yeah, just as a co-sponsor on this bill as well, I wanted to agree that I think that the section of the law that Representative Partial is suggesting in his amendment makes sense. And I also appreciate the work you've done, Madam Chair, and seeing what the possibilities are. And that definitely, those options make sense, you know, a bill that's in commerce or a Senate bill, but it's probably not something we can do anything about.
No. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, so that leaves HB 1504 relative to architectural paint recycling. Do we have any comment about that, Representative Dutsey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some other information has come to light, and I want to thank our researcher, Kristen Grant, for all the information she provided. So if you'll indulge me just a little bit, I had received model legislation from the American Coatings Association. And the American Coatings Association works with all paint manufacturers and has all paint manufacturers signed up for the recycling of paint. And they work through an organization that was mentioned last week, Paint Care. Okay, so I read the bill that was presented to the committee in 2020 when I was a freshman. I think a few others of us were freshmen, Bill HB 1570. And I said, wow, this bill sounds like the model legislation bill that I just read. And in fact, it was. So Representative Partial and I had a Zoom meeting with American Coating Association Representative Heidi McAuliffe, okay? And what she did over the weekend was take HB 1570 and their current model legislation, okay, and amended 1570 with the model legislation. So I would hope, and this is going to be revenue neutral. So the way it works is that there will be locations in the state that will accept recycled paint. They work, Ace Hardware is one of them that they work with, and they work with some others. Okay, and then the collection or the collection spots work with Paint Care, okay, to collect and recycle it. So the amount of money that's put on a can of paint, somewhere between 75 cents and $1.35 a gallon, is managed by Paint Care. The only role the state has, probably DES, would be to review the plan and periodically again, review the plan and making sure that the program is working to the plan. But any time that DES spends on this is reimbursed through Paint Care. So there should be no fiscal note. So I guess I'm asking if the committee would give us time to bring in an amendment for us to look at and see if we can move this bill forward.
Yes, my intention is to have this bill go to our subcommittee, our solid waste subcommittee, headed by Representative Murray. The folks on that committee are Representative Brulard, Representative Davis, Representative Coulon, Representative Potenza, Representative Nab, Representative Sofakaitis, and Representative Germana. And they will look at this bill and discuss different options and possibly, hopefully, come up with a workable amendment, because personally, I think this bill has a lot of merit. I would love to not see paint in our landfills mixed with kitty litter and any other stuff. So yeah, I'm hoping that our solid waste subcommittee will take a look at this. Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so a couple things. One is that I think that the solid waste subcommittee would be happy to take advantage of the work that legwork you've already done. The other is that one of the things that we should make sure that we include in that discussion is some work with DES to make sure that the collection mechanisms in the bill match the collection mechanisms that we have across the state already. Because one of the issues with just going with model legislation is sometimes the model doesn't take into account what's already on the ground in the state. So I think that working with DES would, the subcommittee should work with DES to get their input on best methods in New Hampshire.
Representative Dutzy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, one of the things that I forgot to say, that this piece of model legislation, which hopefully we can make work in New Hampshire, is very important to the American Coatings Association, because the paint manufacturers do not want to have 50 different pieces of legislation in 50 states. So they back this legislation because they're trying to get it in a number of states already in New England. It's my understanding that that it's in Maine. For the only two states that don't use this piece of legislation is Massachusetts and New Hampshire. So if we could have it, if we could model this legislation, you know, to conform to what's already in, what do we have, 4 states? Yeah, 4 states. You know, then we could move, then it's more of a regional and it works better for just everybody. So I just wanted to mention that. Okay, thanks.
Yeah, and thank you for your work on that. Representative Bixby.
Just to clarify, one of the things that I'm thinking about is just in terms of identifying the deposit or pickup locations for the paint. And not all states have the same sort of transfer station system that we do. but the transfer station is, if you don't have, if the nearest Ace Hardware is 20 miles away and the transfer station is a mile away, you want to be able to drop at the transfer station. So I just want to make sure that that sort of infrastructure is made use of.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, to that point, I think that this is definitely a worthy piece of legislation to explore. The kitty litter not only isn't not an ideal way of disposing something into our landfills, but it's also adding weight to something that already exists. And so I think if we can, as a subcommittee, move forward and find something workable, sounds like we're very close anyway, based on how it was presented. So I'd be happy to work on that.
Okay, we just have to be mindful that our bills have to be out of our committee by March 21st. So we have some time to get something good together. All right, any other questions, comments? Okay, so I think we will end our work session this morning for those 4 bills. We have a little bit of time between now and our first hearing at 10:30. I do want to address 2 things, just briefly. One is I would remind our committee members, of course, not everybody is here, but so I may have to say it again. When we have our hearings, I appreciate it if everybody refrains from using their cell phones and texting, and please pay attention to the folks who are testifying who have come sometimes a very long way to come and speak with us. So just as a matter of courtesy. And the other thing I wanted to reiterate, as this was something that was brought up in the last hearing regarding state employees in their official capacity before any legislative meeting or hearing, that yes, indeed, according to section 90 RSA 98-F:1, state employees and members of state agencies do indeed have the right to promote or oppose, directly or indirectly, any legislation pending or proposed before the general court. And that is something that we should be cognizant of. And with that, I will take a little break until 10:30. Thank you. Okay. Okay, I'm going to open up the hearing for HB 1687 relative to disposal of construction and demolition debris from state construction projects. And I invite Representative Cloutier to introduce this bill. Good morning,
Okay, good
Representative
morning,
Cloutier.
Madam Chair, and members of the Environment and Agriculture Committee. For the record, I am State Representative John Cloutier from Sullivan County, District 6, which comprises the communities of Croydon and Claremont. Here today in strong support of House Bill 1687, which would mandate that all state construction projects include a requirement that hazardous waste be separated from construction and demolition or C&D debris at the construction site prior to transport to a recycling committee or transfer station. I introduced this bill to strengthen New Hampshire's current environmental laws regarding how we in state government handle the separation of such waste from C&D debris generated from state construction projects. I believe that this separation of this waste should be done at the actual construction site, not at a transfer station or recycling facility, often some distance away from the construction site, as is often done now. By mandating that such separation on site, we could reduce the chances of hazardous environmental contamination of our air, water, and land, as well as reduce the amount of time transfer station or recycling employees are exposed to this waste which usually contains, according to my understanding, some dangerous substances like mercury and PFAS. Furthermore, if House Bill 1687 becomes law, I would believe it would set a good example for New Hampshire's political subdivisions, counties, municipalities, and school districts on how to more safely handle the separation of hazardous waste from their construction and demolition debris generated by all of their construction projects. In setting a good example, state government should share its best practices in this waste handling so as to more thoroughly protect our precious environment as well as even reduce costs. Finally, if I believe this bill becomes law, the state should share these safe separation practices with private businesses and nonprofits so as to encourage them to do a better job in separating such waste from C&D debris. Frankly, I mean, I'll put everybody on my cards on the table. Frankly, I was inspired to introduce House Bill 1687 because of a potential environmental threat in my home community of Claremont. A potential threat posed by a private waste handling company or recycling facility called Acuity Management, which wants permission from the city of Claremont to change the type of recycling materials that its Claremont site can accept. A site close to many homes, businesses, and Amtrak's railroad station and an elementary school. Permission that has so far been denied by the Claremont Zoning Board of Adjustment. This denial is now the subject of a lawsuit against the city by Acuity. I am concerned that if the city were to lose this lawsuit, and I'm not a lawyer, so I'm not sure what their chances are, there is presently no protection from the possible environmental hazards of waste at all. And this at least would guarantee waste from state construction projects would not be unseparated before transferred to this facility. And another thing, waste that is going to be, and I've been told as many as they want to do 50 trucks a day. I'm assuming this is, which I almost fell out of my chair when I heard this, 50 trucks during the week that could be trucked into Acuity's Industrial Boulevard site. And this has got my city in an uproar. And frankly, I don't know of anybody in my city that's in favor of it. The city's opposed to it, and our entire Claremont House delegation is opposed to what they want to do. So, and this has been going on for nearly 4 years. In fact, I remember going to the first hearing, which was held just prior to the pandemic in early February of 2020. So this is an ongoing issue. But I just want to give you some background, so I want to be clear why I'm doing this, but not only for the rest of the state, but for the benefit of my home community of Claremont. in conclusion, I'm more than happy to work with this committee to improve the bill with helpful amendments. But I would urge you all eventually to give a positive recommendation to House Bill 1687. And thank you very much for listening.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. I have a quick question. On line 7 in this bill, and first of all, does everyone in the committee have a copy of the bill? Because if you don't, there are copies on the table over there.
Allison, I got,
So my question is on line 7, the contract shall include a requirement that all hazardous material be separated. Is there a definition of what hazardous material is somewhere?
Well, I'll admit, and I've talked with the Department of DES about, the bill, I mean, in the text of the bill says hazardous material in the line, the opening, the cover page, it says hazardous.
Can you put your mic on, please?
Apologize that. I'm still getting used to these. So I am, there's a bit of a discrepancy. The top page, the cover page of the bill, as you read it, says hazardous waste. Text says hazardous material. Again, if this committee wants to straighten this discrepancy out, and I'm open, I mean, hazardous waste, hazardous material, I'm very flexible on it. But I am more than willing to work with the committee with a helpful amendment to correct this discrepancy so that the bill is consistent, both cover page and in the actual text. I hope that answers your question.
Yes, thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To that end, I am curious. I think the department, I would like to hear from them because I do know that the department defines hazardous material versus hazardous waste maybe differently. And so depending on those other things, but I do have a question regarding how
So
you,
before you go on, so then I would say that at some point, we might want to refer to an RSA that has that definition in this particular bill.
yes, and not to debate the substance.
Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to
No,
interrupt.
no, that's okay. I was looking at 149M. That is mentioned at the end, and I just want to ensure that that covers the scope of any of the materials. But,
Okay, sure.
but may I?
Yeah.
My other question was whether or not you had envisioned a way to house or temporarily sort the items that would be deemed hazardous on the construction site. It sounds like source separation is your goal, so I was curious if you had any thought as to how that.
I'll admit I'm not an expert on that. Hopefully, I know DES, which is here to answer some of your questions. I don't know, maybe if there's any construction people here, no matter how they feel about the bill, could give us some insight. But I'm more than happy to, if we have to incorporate in the bill what best practices are. I don't know, maybe it's more a question of rules. If this bill becomes law, I'm more than open because the construction people I think would know how to do it, Representative, and I'm not an expert, so that's my answer. So hopefully that helps.
Representative Creighton.
yes, Representative, thank you for your testimony and for introducing this important bill. The implication on this bill then is that the construction company transports that separated material to the appropriate site, which isn't always the same site. Is that the way I'm reading this?
Yes, as I understand it, at the construction site, as I understand it, they have the C&D debris, and it's in most cases unseparated, and then they transfer it to a facility that would handle it and separate it. And this is, as I understand, what Acuity wants to do in my community. I can't speak for all companies, but the concern is in Claremont that this hazardous waste, and I've been told many as 50 truckloads a day, which again, I find unbelievable, and I'm talking about during the week, would come into Claremont with C&D debris, including hazardous waste. And we are concerned in Claremont that this poses a danger to our entire community, our homes, our businesses, as I said, an elementary school and an Amtrak railroad station, which is nearby. It's at our junction, and right now they do handle various recycling materials, but they really want to change the whole concept of how they run their business. And the city is adamantly opposed, including the zoning board of adjustment. And so I am very concerned about this situation, and I'm trying with this bill to help my city, but also help the rest of the state, because I'm sure there are other places, communities around the state that have environmental threats from the way hazardous waste or however you call it, is separated from C and D debris. So I don't know if I've answered your question, but hopefully maybe the department, DES, or a construction person could further elaborate.
Quick follow-up, Representative Creighton?
Okay,
And
so
then Representative Bixby.
the question still is, those 50 trucks could go to 50 different locations based on what they're carrying.
I suppose that's possible, but and this is what I'm hearing from Acuity's proposal. This is what
Okay.
I've read in the press. As many as 50, which again I find unbelievable. Anyway, it may not be 50 every day.
Whatever it is, right?
Whatever it is.
They go to different locations.
That
Thank
is
you so
correct.
much.
Representative Bixby.
So a couple of things. One is simply a clarification. On the front page where it says hazardous waste, that is the OLS analysis. It is not actually part of the bill.
Okay.
But where you have hazardous material in the bill, we should have a citing from the DES statutes to say to reference their definition there. I think that one of the you kind of covered this in your testimony, but I think one of the important things is that the state projects are going to be a small fraction of the actual number of projects out there, but I think that what you have in terms of, this could be a model for, it could be model behavior, if not putting a requirement of it. Would you consider having a broader requirement, or would you just want to have this at the state level?
Broadening the scope of the bill
Yeah,
to cover what, to private or
Right.
municipal? There's a part of me that is open, but I am concerned in the case of municipal, their debris, could this be an unfunded mandate under Article, I believe, 28A? So I'm concerned about that without the state paying for it. As far as the private sector, I don't know how the private sector would feel, but I'm willing to, I understand some of the concerns of private contractors, that they are trying to do various construction projects now, and costs have gone up. As we were being a member of the Public Works and Highways Committee, I am well aware how much construction costs have gone up. And as the chair probably remembers, as a member of the Sullivan County delegation, we struggled with that when the cost of renovating our went up too. So I'm careful. Well, I really am concerned about, I'm both concerned about our environment, but I understand of adding to the cost right now. So if we can have the state become a model and then share its best practices with our political subdivisions and our private sector, hopefully we'll all benefit, and hopefully we'll cut costs and also protect our precious environment. Question.
Yeah. Representative Nab was first, and then we'll go over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm just sort of trying to understand the underlying issue and how the bill addresses it. If the private company in your town got permission to accept different types of recycling materials, does it matter how they're sorted at the construction site, or do you still have the same impact of them being transported to your town?
So
Thank you.
would hope that, and I'm just using the example, that the Acuity would bring in stuff that is separated from private, but that there's no requirement that that company do so. But this at least would any hazardous material or whatever you call it from state, the hazardous material would have to be separated before coming to the Acuity facility. If this bill, as written and I intend it, becomes law, I mean, I would hope the company in Acuity would encourage good business practices, but there is no requirement when it comes to private sector construction, C&D debris right now, or what our municipalities generate. I don't know if that answers your question, but might consider going farther, but I mean, that's up to the committee too, because I think we have to proceed slowly at the moment.
So,
Representative Nab, you may have a follow-up.
thank you, Madam Chair. So I should have asked that out loud. So the material would still come to the facility. It would just be separated, like state projects. You could still have hazardous materials come to the facility. They just would have been separated.
I mean, could it be already separated? I suppose that's possible. But I'm assuming that this C and D debris is going to come in, and its hazardous part will be unseparated from the rest of it. And they are supposed to, as I understand their proposal, they are going to separate it at the site in Claremont.
Okay. I think Representative Germana, then Representative Dutsey, and then, oh, okay. You want,
Thank you, Madam
and
Chair. I-
you, and you. Okay.
Just wanted to offer a point of information for the committee, is that both hazardous waste and hazardous materials are defined and distinguished from one another in RSA 147B2. And the hazardous materials definition refers then to a set of federal guidelines. So it would seem that that would be a really easy change to make in the bill, and it does seem to be already well defined. So if we're talking about separation of hazardous materials at the site, as I said, I think that would be a pretty easy determination to make based on current RSA and the federal guidelines to which they refer.
Your clarification, Representative.
Representative Sofakaitis.
Welcome to our committee.
Okay,
I'm
thank you.
also from another border town, Nashua, so I'm just curious, does Claremont get garbage from Vermont?
I'm not sure this, you mean you're talking about trash in general, solid waste? Well,
Yes.
we have a transfer facility, is my understanding right now, the way it's run, only Claremont residents can use it. At one time, and I don't want to get in this too much, but we had an incinerator that took waste from, it was a big bi-state district, but I don't really want to get into that too much today. But right now, and I'm not talking about construction and demolition debris so much, but it's all our waste, and it has to be generated basically by Claremont residents or businesses. You have to have a sticker to get in if you want to actually use the facility. But it's just basically our transfer station is for Claremont residents and businesses right now. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you, it's perfect.
You're welcome.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A comment first. I normally park on the third level of the garage, and as I was coming over the walkway, I happened to look down, and I think what I was looking at was a huge dumpster full of construction debris. And when I looked at it, it was like, how do you separate that? I mean, it was a mess. But I also have another question.
Sure.
Okay. In doing your research for the bill, did you check out what other New England states are doing? And the reason I'm asking, it's been a while since I went to an EBC webinar, but they do have training sessions on construction and debris. And the last one I went to, I recognize, I mean, this is a big problem, especially in Massachusetts, where I think they limit the amount of construction and debris. So I know this is going on in a number of states, and if New Hampshire doesn't do anything, we're going to be the dumping ground for all of this because it's a big problem.
I agree. It could be a dumping ground, Representative. One thing, I haven't looked at how other states do it, to be honest with you. I am, maybe I should, but I'm concerned right now about our state. But I realize that you might, as a committee, study what best practices of other states. And that does remind me, that I've been told that the demolition, what is going on with the parking garage, supposedly the state does separate hazardous materials from their construction and demolition debris, but I haven't been able to confirm that. Maybe someone else here. So actually they do it. So I don't think we, because we're right next to the demolition for the parking garage, at least we aren't exposed. And applaud whoever's doing, if they're doing an environmentally correct manner, but we ought to have the same standards for all of our state. And the only other thing I do want to add, supposedly too, I have been told that the city of Lebanon separates hazard from its C&D debris on its own. They are not mandated. So that's an example of one of our political subdivisions separating it. But again, this committee may want to confirm that. So I think you raised some very good points, and I thank you very much. I hope I've answered your question.
Representative Potenza.
So you sort of just answered my question a little bit in regards with the state. You're saying that from what you know, and if we can confirm that, that would be great, that they're already doing it on site during
For
demolition.
the legislative only, okay, I want to be clear about that. You know, and I can't speak for other construction sites. I assume they are not doing it, but I don't know what absolutely say yes or no. Question.
Representative Comtois.
I wasn't.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I understand this bill and why it would be important, but I'm going to look at it because I'm looking at the RSA that you referenced in here, what construction and demolition debris means. And what you're asking of is if someone is doing a remodeling job, they usually bring in a dumpster on site to put that debris into a container. And it's specifically slated for construction debris. If they have to separate that on site, you're asking them to bring in exponentially 10 to 15 containers. And that cost would be exorbitant, not only to the homeowner, because that's who the cost would get put onto, but these businesses would not be able to, in some of these locations, would not be able to accommodate that many containers so that the separation could be done. How would you handle this?
Okay, your point is well taken, and that's one reason that this bill targets basically state construction projects only. It does not target your own local our own political subdivisions. Right? It does not. And this is the bill as written, does not cover private construction projects. You want to remodel your home, your business, or any company wants to do it. As I've written the bill, or my intent of the bill, is not to cover this right now, because I think part of it, we got to develop best practices, and I think the state needs to act as a model for such separation of materials from construction and demolition debris. That is my intent. It just applies to state construction projects, and that's what my intent is anyway. Thank you for.
Representative Potenza, I believe you had a follow-up question. Did I neglect to say that? I'm sorry. Go ahead if you have a follow-up question to your previous one.
So just from having a husband that works in this space, a lot of this stuff is already done on a private, just to speak back to what Representative Comtois says. When you're even on a private level, I know you're not speaking on a private level, you're talking about state level. So did you realize that there is on a private level, you can't just throw, you're remodeling something, you can't just throw a whole bunch of stuff in that dumpster. It doesn't work like that. So you're realizing that piece. So you're talking about maybe specifically those hazardous materials that Representative Germana was talking about that are very difficult maybe to separate once it gets to a location. Is that the intent of this bill? Because it would be hard to separate?
Well, in general, just the materials that might, are cause an environmental or health hazard. That's the intent. Whether it's, and right now I'm trying to focus on the debris, the hazardous material in state construction projects. That's my intent. Now, I can't speak for the private sector. Maybe that's good news that the private sector, a lot of the have to follow stringent laws and regulations. But my focus is right now what is happening at especially state construction projects. And I think we need to, frankly, to strengthen our environmental laws in respect to this area. Because as I said, I explained what my constituents may be facing if this project, if the company wins this lawsuit, what could be happening. And I want to protect not only the people of the state, but my Claremont.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And in reading your bill, you reference, again, RSA 149M4
Yeah.
4-A, and it defines what construction and
Okay, yep.
demolition
Yeah,
debris.
I've read the definition.
Okay. Now, when I look at this, and if you're looking at hazardous materials, you're saying that everything listed in here would be considered hazardous, including, no, am I misinterpreting?
yeah,
me?
no.
Thank you.
Representative, somebody had, oh, yeah, Representative Howard, you had your hand up before?
Oh, no, sorry.
No, okay. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you to the representative for taking my question. I just want to be clear that in addition to physical structure construction sites, we are also, through your bill, potentially including highway construction, road construction. I just want to be clear that what we're talking about with state projects.
That's a good point. I mean, I did not clarify, so I assume they would apply to road construction projects as well. That is correct.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is maybe a naive question, but I'm following up on Representative Comtois. Is it separating non-hazardous and hazardous, or would the hazardous waste be further separated into different categories?
But my intent of my bill would be to separate the hazardous material from the construction and demo, and basically then the non-hazardous material, could be, I think what this company wants to do, they want to separate and then ship out by rail the non-hazardous material to other locations around the country too, which is a point of contention. But the point is to separate the hazardous material from the non-hazardous material in the C and D debris. And I just think it should be done at the construction site to save costs, to save exposure to trucks coming into a community, to limit the amount of time that transfer station and recycling facility employees are exposed to this hazardous material, because we can't get around it. They are going to be exposed, but I want to reduce them. And I figure at the construction site is.
Okay, and just so that we know what we're talking about, as Representative Germana referenced before, RSA 147 B2 Roman numeral 8 says hazardous materials means those substances or materials in such quantity and form which may pose an unreasonable risk to health and safety or property when transported in commerce by all modes, which may include but are not limited to explosives, radioactive materials, ideologic agents, flammable liquids or solids, combustible liquids or solids, poisons, oxidizing or corrosive materials, and compressed gases, which are listed by the Materials Transportation Bureau of the United States Department of Transportation in Title 49 of the Code, Federal Regulations as amended. And there is also in that statute on Roman numeral 7, hazardous waste means a solid, semi-solid, liquid, or contained gaseous waste or any combination of these wastes, which, because of their quantity, concentration, or physical, chemical, or infectious characteristics, may cause or contribute to an increase in mortality. And there's a whole bunch more stuff. But we do have the two separate and distinct definitions of hazardous waste versus hazardous materials. I think we're probably with this bill talking more about hazardous materials, but I don't see any reason why we couldn't include a reference to both sections of this statute. So anyway, any other questions for Representative Cloutier? Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm kind of thinking about something you just said a moment ago, Representative. Wouldn't this also lead to a more efficient process in the sense that, right, I mean, we can landfill construction debris, for example, in some of our landfills in New Hampshire with some of the hazardous materials may likely have to be sent out of state. So wouldn't it be a more efficient process to separate it on site, and that way you can send construction debris directly to landfills that accept construction debris rather than having to go to an intermediary site where separation happens and then sending out materials in different directions from there.
Yes, I agree with you. I think that would be my intent, that if we do this right, and I talked about best practices, we could maybe more effectively and economically separate such material, because part of my, not only to protect our precious environment, but to reduce cost. And so I would agree with you that that's the intent, and I believe we dealt with this issue way back in 2007, where I think we considered and passed a bill under then Governor Lynch to ban the burning of C&D debris. As I understand it, I vaguely remember. So we've dealt with this before, and I want to go further because we've I think got a landfill now, and we can't burn it anymore, according to my understanding.
Thank you very much.
Any
Okay,
other
thank you.
questions? Thank you very much,
Okay.
Representative Cloutier. Appreciate you introducing this bill this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee.
And I'm looking to call Katie LaJoy from Charlestown. Good morning and welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Good morning. My name is Katie LaJoy. I live in Charlestown. I'm a nurse. I urge you to support this bill. And I've enclosed for the public record and for distribution among committee members 2 copies of a report from a governor's commission that focused on construction and demolition. And this commission was back in, I think, 2011. And I had the honor of being part of that commission and helped write this report. I think you're going to find a lot of answers to your questions in the report. One of the big things I just want to point out when we're looking at what could be possibly in construction and demolition debris that is hazardous, certainly lead-based paint. Huge one. And we don't want that just coming into Claremont, as Representative Cloutier said. I believe this morning you each got an email with the web link to this report that I'm going to give you. And I also included a page from another report that has a duplicate graph as what's in the bigger report. And that one is a colored graph that talks about how recycling and waste reduction can keep landfills open for a longer time. Proper management of C&D protects us all, and this is an important bill, and I urge you to support it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you. Seeing none, I appreciate. And if you have anything to hand out, please pass it by over there
Thank you.
by Representative Sofakaitis. And next, I'd like to call John Tuthill from my hometown of Ackworth. Good morning, Mr. Tuthill. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Morning, Madam Chairman, members of the committee. It's a pleasure to be here. I'll be very brief. I did submit a letter with a copy, actually, of the 2011 Commission report. And I think listening to the discussion today, it's clear to me that probably this bill is going to need more study. I support the bill. The intent is very good, and it is something that has been looked at for years, but New Hampshire has not quite yet arrived at the point where we are discouraging adequately mixed loads of waste. And that applies not just to construction and demolition waste, but to all waste. I mean, it's sort of like the garbage can under your kitchen sink. If it's got paper in it and aluminum cans in it, and you dump a load of bacon grease and some coffee grounds on it, the entire bin of valuable materials is basically no longer available. And that's the same with construction and demolition debris bins. We always used to refer to it at the transfer station as the bin of last resort. When you didn't know where to put something, when it was maybe problematic, that's where you went. And that creates a lot of problems. This is why in Sullivan County and in Claremont, there is so much concern about a company that is proposing in applications to DES a 500 to 800 ton per day facility, taking in bins, basically dumping them on a pad, pulling out perhaps some steel or high value materials to some extent on a very small site, and then loading it into train cars for shipment. I believe in the proposal that DES has now rejected from 2019. I think it was actually technically rejected in 2020 as an administrative decision. But shipping in train cars out to Ohio, where at the time disposal fees were around $17 a ton. What's happened in New Hampshire since that commission report is that there's a large company in Epping, for example, that is doing a lot of processing. And they, as a private company, can set their gate fees high enough for mixed loads that contractors are not going to bring in mixed loads, that it becomes cost effective to do source segregation on site. This is the same thing that the city of Lebanon did, which pretty much dried up the tonnage arriving at their facility, which was using up landfill space and had issues with toxic materials, which were impacting their leachate, impacting their costs. And when that material was processed, there was enough toxic loading in what are called the fines, or what's left over after processing, that it no longer met the standards for using as alternate daily cover at landfills, which is a common use for the residuals from these processed C&D streams. So what the bill, I think, really is intending to do, and it really is sort of a model, because it is only affecting state contracts for putting out to bid, so everybody's on a level playing field, where a contractor is not going to come in to knock down a building like the DOJ building next door. And everybody's going to have to consider this in putting together their bid package, that we're going to do source segregation. Yes, there is some more labor. Yes, there are some more bins. There's some management. But in the long run, while some of the upfront costs may be more expensive, I think that you are actually benefiting the state in a number of ways. And hopefully at some point, and this is why I think maybe some study would be a good idea, we can look at ways to expand this out into the marketplace in the private sector and to help municipalities do more source segregation, so that at a transfer station in a small town like ours, with a very minimal budget, you're not simply just throwing everything into one bin and creating an expensive mess. So I'll leave it at that for now. And I'm glad that you're taking up this issue, and I do support the bill, but I think probably it is going to need some work in terms of definitions and how we sort of fit it into the state contracting process. Thank you.
Okay, Representative Bixby. You.
Yeah, so you mentioned that you think it might need more study, but I'm wondering if the more study would be what's necessary in order to expand it beyond state projects, and if simply doing a little bit of clarification in terms of what we mean by hazardous waste by referencing the right RSAs would turn this into a good bill to start the process and start providing that model, rather than spending another year trying to study it to get it perfect.
I would welcome that approach, Representative, so thank you, yes.
Representative Potenza.
I am perplexed that this isn't already the case, because in a sense, if you're not separating hazardous waste based upon what you said, you're contaminating everything else, correct?
Yes.
And then when it goes to the facility, you're then putting all of those people that are now, separating that waste, all those workers at risk as well. But even, of course, the travel and all of those types of things.
Yeah.
So would you feel that, do we even have an idea of what's going on right now, a picture, besides, I know this is brought up because of a specific issue in a region, where this is at? Because this just seems perplexing that this wouldn't already be the
Yeah.
case.
Well, I mean, there have been some materials representatives such as asbestos, mercury in some cases, which are regulated. And while New Hampshire does require demolition permits, that's put back to the municipal level. So, towns under 1,000 administratively, that's simply not being followed up on. So we still do see quite a lot of mixed waste going through the system. I think the economic incentive is the important one, but it's not strictly necessary. And the proposal, for example, in Claremont, just the economics of it, basically encourage us to continue with past bad practices of mixing wastes, dumping, loading, and shipping away. In this case, out to very large landfills in Ohio, where people are not necessarily supportive of that process.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So would you, as a gauge for people that are working at, at landfills, at transfer stations, the workers that are dealing with this day in and day out, they would support something like this, probably that would need to be a little tightened up and cleaned up broader, because I think it should be for, this should apply for private, state, everybody should have the same playing field, right?
I think we need to get there, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this question may not be for you, and if it's not, then I'll direct it either to the prime sponsor or the department. But I was curious about the RFP process, since they're state-run projects, and would a disposal or any sort of requirement plan for disposal be required in RFPs that go out? That's sort of a question I had, if there was any thought around that.
I don't know much about that actually, but I think there is pretty standard language in many RFPs and in contracts for how waste is going to be managed. It's usually pretty simple that you're just going to follow all laws and regulations. I think it's been interesting watching the DOJ project next door, because they actually are doing source segregation. I don't think that was required, and yet I've watched university projects where dormitories are being just knocked down, and the entire load just, excavators dumping it right into bins. Those are mixed loads. Those are potentially contaminated loads. Those are the kind of things we don't want to see coming into Claremont, because they can do it cheaply there. So again, if you had across the board regulation, everybody's basically bidding on the same project. I've talked to people working for large contracting companies like DEW, and they said, yeah, we're prepared to do that. And if a client wants that, we will do that, but we cannot compete if we're going up against companies that are simply doing teardowns and shipping.
Okay, follow up?
I guess, to my point, I guess that was my thought, was maybe another approach at this is requiring that source separation in statute somewhere for all state projects, that is clearly enumerated in that process somewhere, in addition to the other things that the prime sponsor is looking for.
Yeah, contracting is way outside of my realm. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If this, I think that this bill should be expanded to beyond just the state projects. Otherwise, it's almost completely ineffective, because what would compel a profit-driven contract to follow a model that would probably add expenses to it? So I guess my question, or I'm not sure there is a question in there, but do you agree with me that it would be less, almost ineffective to do just a model program?
I think it's somewhat symbolic, but I also think it's important for the state to be showing that it is committed to acting responsibly and setting up a model. So I think, as Representative Bixby said, perhaps you start small, and I think there's so much work being done right now in New Hampshire on the solid waste issue, on a developing policy, that this is there's sort of a dynamic, and we're in a moment of opportunity right now we haven't seen for 20 years. So I think we need to keep working forward on this.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Tuthill. Appreciate
you.
your time today.
Yes.
I call Todd Piskovitz from New Hampshire DES. Good morning.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Todd Piskovitz. I'm with the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services Hazardous Waste Management Bureau, and I'm joined by Michael Nork, who's also with DES, but he's with the Solid Waste Management Bureau, so he can answer solid waste specific questions. There's been a lot said here today. First of all, just to be clear on the definitions between hazardous waste and hazardous materials. Hazardous waste is something that is a waste already. So it has to be a waste before it's a hazardous waste. And there are very specific definitions, requirements to make something a hazardous waste as opposed to a solid waste. Hazardous materials is more of a DOT definition. It has to do with things that are transported over the roadways, and that can include products that are not waste. Importantly, hazardous waste does not include things like asbestos and PCBs because they are regulated on their own individually. So those are common things at construction and demolition sites, asbestos and PCBs. But to be clear, the representative over here, I didn't catch your name, everything that this bill is looking to do is already in rule and statute. The hazardous waste rules at New Hampshire Administrative Rules ENV HW 100 through 1300 require any business or government entity that generates waste, they're required to evaluate whether that waste is hazardous. And if it's hazardous waste, it needs to be kept separate on site, managed very specifically, labeling, containers, safety, security, and then transported on a manifest to a facility that is permitted to receive that, either a transfer facility where it can be put onto another truck, or a hazardous waste transfer, a TSDF, a transfer storage and disposal facility. So if it's hazardous waste is generated on a site, it needs to be separated out and shipped properly and disposed of properly. There are no TSDFs in New Hampshire, so anything that can't be disposed of in New Hampshire has to go out of state. Asbestos doesn't fall in that, but if you had a dumpster full of demolition debris on a site and asbestos got into that dumpster, the entire dumpster is asbestos contaminated material and it would be cost prohibitive for a demolition company to do that. So I don't think that, I think that everything this bill is trying to accomplish already happens, but I may be reading the bill incorrectly, but I think that the bill is just adding one sentence to an already existing statute, and it is basically saying that when a state contract for demolition is engaged in, that contract needs to say that those hazardous materials need to be separated on site. Again, that's already required to be done, but I think adding that language to a contract just helps with compliance with the rules that already exist.
Representative Potenza.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Would you be willing to work with the sponsor of this bill? Because if this is about a contract that they have that seems as if it's a little bit imminent, that this contractor could be told that this contract violates, state law.
Right. I'd be happy to. Madam Chair, you mentioned earlier something about when you read the definitions of the rules, you suggested maybe we could add hazardous waste, and I hadn't thought about that, but it might make sense to just change that line to say anyone who generates waste must separate hazardous waste and hazardous materials. Again, that's just sort of off the cuff. I haven't thought
Yeah.
about that, but
Yeah. I believe I would amend this to say hazardous waste or hazardous materials, because clearly either of those things could occur when you're in the middle of demolishing a building
right.
or structure, whatever.
Right.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So you said that these rules already exist, and that's across the whole span of state public contracts to private contracts?
Yes, yeah, any business or government entity that generates waste must determine whether that waste is hazardous waste or not.
Representative Creighton. And then
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your testimony and clarifying. So it's already in statute
Yep. And rule.
and rules. So even if we added waste and or material, all we're doing is directing that it's in the contract.
Right.
That's
The way
all
I
this
read
is
this,
doing.
the way I read this bill, it's just changing contract language. It's not requiring something new to be done. It's just changing contract language that, in my opinion, might improve compliance with the already existing rules.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, Representative Bixby.
All right, so, it sounds like, on one level, this has already been covered, but, would you support the bill going forward as a way of, improving compliance, for something that's already in rules?
Well, I haven't talked to the commissioner about whether or not DES would support or not support anything, but personally, that's my opinion that compliance could improve if that language is in contract.
And, a follow-up?
Follow-up.
So, there was, so the bill just aims at state contracts, but if the rules already cover private contracts, do you think it would make sense to expand the bill to cover to require it in private contracts? Or would that be opening up a nest of possible complications that would be
Yeah, I'd have
hard?
to look at the bill again, but my understanding is that the bill is just amending an already existing RSA, and I don't know how complicated we want to get with amending that RSA. Go ahead.
I just wanted to add that the RSA that this amends is directed at Department of Administrative Services, so it would only govern the contracts that Department of Administrative Services is responsible for. So making an amendment that covers businesses probably wouldn't fit with the overall content of that statute.
Follow-up.
So, we heard testimony that, that there was the DOJ project is being very well done, and that some university projects have not been as well done. Would the Department would the Department of Administrative Services be overseeing those university projects, or is that a separate division?
Thank you, Representative Bixby, for the question. I think it's a question of whether the department is providing oversight at the site of generation of the waste. Is that a fair characterization of your question?
So it's essentially, it has more to do with how broad the Department of Administrative Services reach over things that are state or state-related is. So would the state university system fall under their purview, or would that be a separate thing that would need to be in a separate section of
Okay,
law?
thank you for clarifying. Yeah, that's a good question. I did, before this hearing, just look at RSA, I believe it's RSA 21. I forgot what the
21I.
21I, thank you. And it does specifically call out the state university system in kind of the introductory language of that statute.
And I'd just like to follow up on that question, that the example that was given about a dormitory that's just being demolished. Before any building is demolished, they're required to file a permit with the Air Resources Division of DES that they're required to inspect for things like asbestos. So I can't speak much further to that because I'm not in the Air Resources Division, but there is a process for evaluating asbestos before a building is demolished.
Okay, Representative Potenza, and then Dutsy.
So just a quick question back to the bill. So, so there would have to be another RSA put in here because the RSA that is specific to that is talking about those specific contracts are just underneath one area and under for state construction. So because I'm saying it does make sense to have both, private and state in here because it's already in rules, but this would have to be rewritten because it's only talking about one specific statute, correct?
That's my understanding, that this wouldn't This would only apply to state contracts.
Follow up.
Follow up.
My other question was about stated for with resources, how you have to, before a demolition, I know just a tiny bit about this, so it's way more than just asbestos. They have to evaluate any sort of hazardous materials that could be in that building to include, with bricks and lead and all,
Right.
okay.
Right. I was just using asbestos as an example. If there's oil tanks in the
Yes.
basement, they need to, all that needs to be
Correct,
taken
all of
care
that.
of. Right.
Representative Dutsey.
Madam Chair. Does your division of DES belong to the Environmental Business Council? And do you attend those meetings with their construction debris subcommittees?
We have members, we have employees who attend EBC meetings, but I don't think Mike does. Do you?
Yeah, in the Solid Waste Bureau, we do have some staff that do monitor those events and participate or have participated in the past.
Okay, just
Follow up?
Yeah, could you speak? I was really delighted when I saw this bill because in the 5 years, this is my 6th year that I've been here, I don't think we've had any bills on construction debris. And, I'll just give you an example. I chair the Nashua Conservation Commission, and we've been trying to get rid of railroad ties for 3 years. The railroad ties were used in the 1970s to, create a trail, and I mean, they're still sitting there, and we think we have someplace that'll take it, and yada yada yada. So I mean, and having attended some of those EBC meetings, I mean, it just seems to me like this is a huge issue in New England, and if New Hampshire doesn't start to get ahead of it. We are, and I think we already are the dumping grounds. I think Representative Cloutier, what he was alluding to in Claremont is basically a private company that is accepting construction debris from probably out of state, okay, and disposing of it or managing it somehow in the Claremont area. So could you, while you're here, just speak to that broader issue so the committee might be able to understand better what our role could be in the future?
Thank you, Representative Dutsey, for the question. I'm happy to address that to some degree. I think, there are obviously challenges with solid waste management in the state of New Hampshire. Construction and demolition debris is no exception. And I believe there was testimony previously saying that there are facilities in New Hampshire that have been developed to encourage diversion of construction and demolition debris. So facilities like the one in Epping that takes in construction and demolition debris, but also separates out certain components to be recycled or reused to avoid disposal in the landfill to the extent possible. That's something that I think the department can say, we would like to see more of that activity happening across the state, but we need more infrastructure to make that happen. So, there's definitely opportunities to increase recycling of construction and demolition debris, but that also comes with challenges. So I hope that sort of addresses your topic of interest.
So as I understand this particular bill, we are looking at requiring state contracts through this Department of Administrative Services statute to separate hazardous waste, hazardous material. If we wanted to expand this out to require not only state, but municipal and county projects, we would have to go to another part of statute to possibly insert language to do that?
I believe so, but I'm not 100% sure. on
Okay,
that.
I guess that's something we'll have to
I would just add,
OLS or somebody, yeah.
I'm
okay.
not clear that there is a state statute that governs contracts for,
Counties.
or even just the private
I
sector.
think,
I'm not
I think
aware.
there are actually. Yeah, yeah. Anyway, just thinking out loud. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No? Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your time. And anybody else in our audience like to speak on this bill? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing on 1687. And we are a bit early. So I guess, I don't know if we can talk about anything in particular. Right, Representative Bixby?
Okay, so I'd like to take a second to brag.
Oh, go ahead and go
So,
brag.
So I was at the NOFA Winter Conference this past weekend, and I was presented with an award by NOFA New Hampshire for being the policymaker of the year. So,
Congratulations.
I'm kind of pleased about that.
We don't have anything else till 1 o'clock. So I guess go have a good lunch and we'll see you later. Committee members, please take your seats.
We don't want to.
Oh. Now. Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture, and we will open up this afternoon with our hearing for HB 1132 relative to permits for the siting of new landfills. And here to introduce the bill is Representative Massimilla. Good afternoon and welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, esteemed members of the committee. I'm Representative Linda Massimilla, and I represent Grafton 1. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. HB 1132 is easy to support because the bill fills the gap in our state's already existing brownfield incentive programs. It will help ensure that future landfill development is sited in places with the potential to minimize negative impacts on the environment, public health, and the quality of life. It is wholly consistent with the department's mission statement and consistent as well with the goals put forth in the recent published solid waste plan to help preserve as much land as possible that is still in a pristine state. This bill will also work hand in glove with other landfill permit application requirements under the department's existing rules, including the requirement for an applicant to identify and evaluate alternative sites that minimize wetlands disruption. The bill will have no fiscal impact on DES or our state or local governments, and no impact at all on prices paid by state residents for solid waste management services. HB 1132 will have a minor impact at most on the sources a landfill developer must devote to all of the filing requirements for permit application to new landfills. What this bill doesn't do, it does not require a landfill applicant to build on a brownfield site. It merely requires a landfill permit applicant that wants to develop greenfield sites to first identify suitable brownfield sites that may be a reasonable substitute for the applicant's preferred site. Our state already has a number of brownfield incentive programs designed to encourage the redevelopment of contaminated properties of various kinds. These programs, such as the Brownfield Assessment Program, the Cleanup Revolving Loan Fund, and the U.S. government's EPA Direct Grant Program, offers incentive and support for reviving brownfield sites. Although HB 1132 establishes a new filing requirement, it is similar and complementary to the existing wetland alternative site evaluation procedure that landfill applicants are required to complete now. The definition for brownfield in our RSA 147-F:3 says brownfields mean properties which have been environmentally contaminated subject to the limitations of RSA 147-F:4. The federal government's definition, which could be included, defines them as real property, the expansion, redevelopment, or reuse of which may be complicated by the presence of potential hazardous substances, pollutants, or contaminants. This bill is wholly consistent with the department's mission statement, which declares DES will help to sustain a high quality of life for all citizens by protecting and restoring the environment and the public health in New Hampshire. The protection and wise management of the state's environment are the main goals of this agency. New landfills that can be located on brownfield sites would both protect and restore the environment and public health in New Hampshire. It will help protect by ensuring that new landfills will not be located in pristine environments unless it is necessary to do so. And it will help restore it by steering landfill developers to brownfield locations that are already polluted but ripe for cleanup. According to the DES website, there are approximately 300 brownfield sites that have been identified in New Hampshire, with several over 100 acres and one over 1,000 in size. Though the majority are 1 to 10 acres, some may have larger adjacent parcels of land that are available and suitable for development. HB 1132 carries no fiscal impact for the state or local governments or to DES. If there are any costs to applicants from considering brownfields over greenfield sites, they would be minor. In fact, they may even be offset by the value added to the applicant from considering the potential development on a brownfield site. For example, the site could be much cheaper as a landfill. The upside of considering brownfield sites for other purposes, such as solar arrays, could offer unrealized revenue potential for sites that are otherwise unused and costly to maintain. As a matter of policy, we as legislators should prefer that brownfield sites be considered for landfills or alternative projects like solar arrays instead of using greenfield sites. Our state's economy thrives in large part on the outdoor recreational opportunities that come from having as much pristine environment as we have. Our residents demand and deserve to have their health and quality of life protected. We owe this to the environment, to ourselves, and especially to future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Massimilla. Now, first of all, do you have written copy
I
of
do.
your? Okay.
My printer broke, so I'll take it.
So she can take that afterwards. I have a question though, insofar as like, how would this work? Because as far as I understand, somebody buys a piece of land and decides they want to make a landfill out of it and maybe applies for a permit and goes through whatever the process is. So at what point would the state then be asking them to use a different piece of land which they would have to purchase?
What would happen is it would be part of the process. They already have to, if there's a wetlands involved, they have to go through a particular procedure when they're going to site land near a landfill near wetlands. And this would just be similar procedure, only now you're looking at brownfield sites. Like I said, the DES does list what the brownfield sites are, and therefore they could utilize that information to find out if it would be suitable for their project.
Okay. Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you so much for being here. I have basically two questions. The first one is what is the typical acreage of a landfill site currently?
That's a very good question, and I've got some people behind me that can give you more detailed information.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions too. So, do brownfields typically require mitigation
I can't hear you, sorry.
I'm sorry. Do brownfields typically require mitigation before they're used for other purposes?
I'm not, again, I'm not sure. I'll defer to the people.
Because I'm just
behind me.
wondering if that would add to the expense of a landfill site if they have to mitigate it first. I understand that you would want to use a brownfield in order to take advantage of the fact that it's already polluted, but I just wonder if they're, depending on what the pollution is, I wonder if it needs to be mitigated. The other one is, are they typically near urban centers?
Are there what?
Typically near urban centers?
We have a brownfield site in Littleton. Unfortunately, it's close to the Ammonoosuc River, but I don't know. I can't tell you whether it is or not. I can only speak from my personal experience.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative Massimilla, for presenting this bill to us and for taking my question. I'm wondering, and this may be a question that is better directed toward some of the folks from DES, but I'm wondering if you know, if we were to consider brownfield sites for where a landfill would go, if this would complicate in any way our ability to monitor potential leaks, for example, from a landfill. In terms of, there being underlying contaminants that would come up in tests and could complicate the process. And what comes to my mind is, for example, some right now question about some chemicals that are leaking into the Ammonoosuc, right, out of Bethlehem. And this is as a result of the fact that we put a lined landfill over, right, the previous unlined landfill that had existed. So that's creating some confusion, because then when we look at some of the seepage into the river, there's this question of, well, is that the current landfill that is leaking, or is that the result of residual chemicals from the previous unlined landfill? So I'm wondering if if we put a landfill on top of a brownfield site, does it raise potential issues around being able to adequately monitor potential seepage or leaks in the future?
That's a very good question. I would assume that if a new landfill was going to be put in on top of an old landfill site, because it would be modern, more up to date, the liners would be more in line with what is expected now, that problem would be taken care of. As far as the old landfill, I would assume there would have to be some sort of monitoring, either via DES or the landfill developer.
Thank you very much.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for taking my question, and thank you, Representative, for also taking my question. So I'm curious to know, I know that, and maybe this again is a question for the department, but that many of our brownfield sites have oversight with federal agencies as well. So I was just curious how this would interact with that relationship.
I would assume, but I'm not sure. So, like you said, DES can probably answer this better than me. I would assume there would be some federal oversight that would supersede the states, but I'm not sure.
Okay, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm assuming, too, that the mitigation process would involve history with other sites that have been redeveloped. And there may even be some federal money involved to do that, but the mitigation should take care of what the representative's question was, that the applicant would be responsible for.
I would tend to agree with that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Representative Dutsey.
Did you have DES input into the bill?
No.
Any, the reason I ask, I mean, first of all, regarding brown sites, I mean, we have brownfield sites all over the place. I mean, I think Nashua has probably, I don't know, 24. They build houses on them. And I'm not joking about that. But I mean, the fact of the matter is that developers do come in and they create a mitigation plan for the area that has been contaminated, and then they, and they build around it. But one of the things that I see with this, and I think other people have raised it, is that although it looks like a great solution, I think there's a lot of underlying, maybe economic issues that would have to be maybe in rulemaking. So I think it's really important for us to be able to get some feedback from DES on how they perceive this.
I agree, but I think that this is just another tool in the permit application process that DES can then factor in to the permit release. And I think that the more knowledge you have, the better it is for the developer, for the department, and also for the people who are going to be affected by it.
Representative Howard.
In the implementation of this bill, is there any reward or incentive to choose a brown site over your original green site?
Like I said, there are programs available through the federal government and through the state that offer incentives and help support exploring brownfield sites.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming and introducing the bill.
Thank you all for your time and for
taking
listening.
our questions.
Appreciate it.
Okay, I'm calling Tom Tower to come speak about this bill. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. Before I speak about 1132, I just wanted to speak to the committee in general and just thank you. Over the last number of years, there's been a lot of discussion in relation to solid waste, in relation to PFAS, and certainly a lot of discussion around out-of-state waste. And 4 or 5 years ago, these issues certainly were not top of mind for the state of New Hampshire. But they are now, and they are largely because of the efforts of this group. So regardless of what side of the aisle that you're on, regardless of how you voted in these proposed bills over the last number of years, I've seen a very functional committee work very hard to listen to what's going on across the state and to try to reach some level of compromise in the best interest of the state of New Hampshire. So on behalf of certainly the group that I represent, which is NCABC, for the record, my name is Tom Tower. I reside in Whitefield, New Hampshire.
Mr. Tower, could you please tell us what NCABC stands for?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It stands for North Country Alliance for Balanced Change. My formal testimony has been uploaded online, and I am just going to speak at a very high level to many of the things that Representative Massimilla just spoke about. So the first thing that I'll mention is when you look at, call it solid waste sites or brownfields, and we look at, as an example now, what's happened this morning with the discussion in relation to hazardous materials, hazardous waste. There never, ever should be a consideration for a greenfield landfill. All other efforts need to be explored in order to not put these hazardous chemicals into the ground anywhere that's considered a greenfield, right? Greenfields are at a premium. Greenfields are something that we need to protect. Representative Massimilla spoke about the mission of the department around protecting health and the environment, and that's what we should be doing first and foremost. So brownfield sites are just an option, as what was described earlier, for the department to put in place some mechanism so that a potential landfill proposal, right, a proposal for new landfill is actually considering, just like they would wetlands implications, that they consider an alternate site that includes a site that is basically already, in essence, very limited to what it can provide. This site can be revitalized if used as a landfill. It could bring value if used as a landfill. So in essence, that's really what this is all about, is to ensure, one, that greenfield sites are not considered for these, hazardous facilities now. And there's a lot of debate on what, hazardous actually means, and the definition was debated this morning. But these sites once they are cited as landfills, will in essence be considered a brownfield and for all intents and purposes be almost a dead site, excuse me, to do anything else. There are some examples of where this has been considered. There is a landfill developer now that's looking to revitalize a site in Massachusetts, in Hardwick. It's a brownfield site, and what better place to site a landfill than what was a previously sited landfill? If there's an opportunity, of course, all the other things that are considered, those are the places that should be considered at least part of the process. Right now, that is not part of the process. And so what this bill is saying, and I'm sure we can debate it, you guys will debate it all day long. It may not be perfect, but it needs to be considered because right now, greenfield sites for landfills is just wrong. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay. Questions from the committee? Representative Potenza?
So I'm just trying to think of the process piece of this. So usually when, from my knowledge, when someone is putting in a permit application, at that point, they haven't necessarily purchased, let's say, the greenfield land, right?
Yeah.
So they have to, do a lot of work, but then, have to justify, and there's a lot of different things that have to be in. So how would, underneath our current landfill process, which is in a sense private ownership, would DES be able to, through this bill, I want to make sure that it's doing its, say, hey, there are 6 sites here that are an opportunity for you to look at. Is that what you're thinking that this could possibly do? That we take the massive amounts of brown sites here in New Hampshire and our brownfield sites and say, these are possibly an option? Would you indirect a private permitter to look at them?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I think as part of the process, it wouldn't be necessarily direct them, but as part of the permit application, that would be one of the boxes that they would need to check off, and that they have previously evaluated a brownfield site as a potential site for the landfill. Right now, nobody's looking at that. Why shouldn't we be looking at them? If we've got over 100 across the state of New Hampshire, I'm sure they're all there for various reasons. They should be examined anyway before we ever put a shovel in the ground to destroy a greenfield site.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Based on your knowledge of brownfields, is there already, I would expect, but I don't know, isn't there already a lot of data regarding that site that has to be created when they're when they want to look at the brownfield and figure out what's there? So I would assume that anybody wanting to purchase that land for a landfill would already be ahead of the game. Is that correct or not? Do you have any knowledge on that?
Thank you for the question, Representative. I don't have specific knowledge, but I would think that there would be a significant amount of knowledge in regard to that site. There are supposed to be mechanisms in place for monitoring those sites for years and years to come because of the nature of the fact that they're brownfields to begin with. So the data should be there. And I'm thinking if you're a brownfield site owner and you got somebody knocking at the door saying, I'd like to buy this, I would jump on that pretty quickly.
Representative Howard.
It seems like if we were to just put this bill forward as it is, which I think it's a great idea. I like, it makes perfect sense. If we were to put it forward as it is with no carrot or stick, I could see people going through the motions and going back to the greenfield that they had their eye on in the first place. So is there any way to add a little bit more heft to this?
Yeah, thank you for the question. I think it's a great question. Just want to be as delicate as possible, but if this becomes part of the permit application process, then I would think that there would be mechanisms to ensure that diligence was done, and it wasn't just an exercise in checking off the box. To your question, how do you call it strengthen those mechanisms? I can't answer that off the top of my head, but if you give me some time, I'll go back and think about it and get back to you.
Representative Germana?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And actually, kind of building off Representative Howard's question, you know, would one way of addressing that issue be to require a permit applicant to provide, to say, this is the brownfield we looked at, and these are the reasons
Yes.
why it is not sufficient for our purposes, right? So some level of putting a burden on the applicant to demonstrate that they've considered a site and to explain why that site's not adequate.
Thank you for the question and statement, Representative. I think Representative Massimilla spoke about the process around wetlands. Wetlands has been heightened to the extent that they are some of the most protected areas within the state. Although it doesn't necessarily mean you can't put a landfill anywhere near them, but you need to go through a pretty extensive process to ensure that those have been considered. I would think that you would use a very similar mechanism to do the same thing with brownfield sites.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Oh, Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for taking my question. I like the idea of the carrot and stick, and I think we've gotten some information about that just so far in the testimony. In other words, the carrot is this might be much less expensive. And it also, might it not be less controversial when you take a dead site or a brownfield that a community is not particularly happy with and mitigate it, redevelop it? Economically, is that not going to be a plus for the community?
Thank you for that statement and question, Representative Haskins. Absolutely. I mean, that's one of the benefits is that you've got a site right now that in essence is, for all intents and purposes, dead. To revitalize that will generate income and represent an infusion of cash to a community that might be in dire need of that revenue. Absolutely. But certainly not at the expense of a green space. Yeah.
Follow up, Madam?
Follow up.
Thank you. I'm also thinking that communities have a lot of interest in what happens with these sites. And I know something about this coming from the seacoast. We've had our own issues with this. And permitting was very much delayed for years. I'm thinking that if this process were to be an economic advantage for the community, you'd have community buy-in. Instead of having, you know, people going to sue you all the time and elongate the process, you'd have people saying, yes, thank you, let's do this, let's improve our community. Would it not work
I
that way?
absolutely agree. Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza. Oh, I'm sorry, Suffokitis. I thought you raised your hand. Oh, okay. Sorry.
As someone who's been intimately involved in the Northern Country, I would just like to say that I think this is brilliant, absolutely brilliant, and it takes in a lot of the missing pieces, and so I'd be delighted to help work with this, and I commend you, Representative, for this bill.
Thank you very much, Representative.
Representative Potenza.
I know this bill is speaking to a specific area in regards with brownfields in citing new landfills. But in a sense, couldn't we put this in kind of the realm of all of those? Like this would be fantastic for transfer stations. This would be fantastic for recycling centers because they're not necessarily digging into the ground. That's not an issue. Even for, you know, like what Concord's doing with incinerating. I mean, I know that they would probably have to change, and I know that this is specific, but would you think, you know, could we put it into the whole realm of what we're trying to do here with our waste in New Hampshire?
Thank you, Representative. I think it's an excellent idea. In my hometown of Whitefield, the transfer station is the old town landfill. So that site, in essence, dead, but functions, you know, very well as a transfer station today. But yeah, I think that's an excellent idea.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Tower.
Thank you, committee.
I'd like to call Sarah U.S. Kim, New Hampshire DES. Good afternoon. and Welcome.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Sarah Uhas Kern, and I serve as the Assistant Director of the Waste Management Division at the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services. And with me, I have Leah McKenna, the Administrator of the Solid Waste Management Bureau at DES. DES absolutely values revitalizing brownfield sites, and we have a vibrant brownfields program that has been around for almost 30 years and has leveraged funding to investigate and mitigate contamination at hundreds of sites in the state. But based on our experience with New Hampshire's brownfield sites and our experience with landfill permitting, we oppose House Bill 1132. We understand that the bill would require entities that are proposing a new landfill on an undeveloped or greenfield site to identify brownfield sites as alternative locations and demonstrate whether the greenfield site or the brownfield site would provide greater public benefits. We have two main concerns with this proposed requirement. First, the characteristics of New Hampshire's brownfield sites are not usually consistent with the characteristics needed for a landfill site. Most landfills require at least 100 acres, and most of New Hampshire's brownfield sites are not that big. Also, our brownfield sites are typically former manufacturing facilities, mill facilities, commercial facilities, usually on small parcels, and also in town centers, which is not a desirable location for a landfill. Assuming that an applicant could find a brownfield site with an appropriate size and location for siting a landfill, the bill would require the applicant to determine whether the greenfield site or the brownfield site had greater public benefit. But we would find this provision, as the bill is written right now, unclear and difficult to administer. The bill doesn't provide criteria for assessing relative degrees of public benefit, and we're not sure how we would evaluate the applicant's demonstration of that public benefit comparison. Also, the requirement to identify alternative brownfields locations doesn't appear to give consideration to whether the brownfield sites would be available for acquisition. For this reason, the bill could result in applicants devoting resources to carrying out evaluations that were really hypothetical exercises and not a really meaningful evaluation of alternatives. For those reasons, we oppose the bill, and I would be happy to take your questions.
Representative Murray?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the opportunity to ask you a question and maybe a follow-up, if I may.
Sure.
The first question I do have is with the responsibility of some of these brownfield sites, are there those that are required to manage the sites in perpetuity?
I want to be sure that I understand your question. Is your question whether the current owner of the site would be required? Well, monitoring would be required until there was no contamination remaining at the site. So that's should not be in perpetuity, but it could be for many, many years, decades. As far as who would be responsible for that monitoring, that would depend on agreements made during the purchase and sales.
Did you have a follow-up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Follow up, if I may. So I guess that was my question. So if there is a legal obligation under an original property held by anybody who currently is on that list of brown sites that you folks all monitor, and it was potentially purchased from somebody else, would that absolve the original in the purchase and sale? Is that what you're seeming to indicate, or is that?
It all depends how it's crafted.
Thank you.
Representative Nab?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question and for being here today. One of your concerns seems to be about defining the public benefit or comparing the public benefit. But in the second paragraph of your testimony, you outline the way the public benefit is assessed for a landfill site. Couldn't you use some of that criteria to develop a comparison between a brownfield site and a greenfield site?
In the written testimony, it discusses how
Yes.
public benefits determined for a landfill. Our difficulty would be criteria for assessing, for weighing the different factors of public benefit for one property as opposed to for another property. The way that the requirements are written right now for public benefit determinations focused on one piece of property. So when you get into the value judgments between one property and another, there's not currently criteria written for that.
Follow-up?
Thank you. Is that something that could be done in rulemaking or within the department, or do you think that's something that needs to be outlined in the bill if it was to move forward?
For rulemaking, we take our guidance from the statutes. So clarity in the statute would guide the rulemaking.
Representative Haskins?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So public benefit, it would seem then, is always going to be at some level of value judgment. There are lots of criteria. You can outline them, go through them 1 to 10, but judgments have to be made, right?
For this bill, a judgment would have to be made between the public benefit of one site and the public
Anytime.
benefit of another.
Yeah, and public benefit is a part of the permitting process. So anytime at some level, those judgments have to be made, do they not?
I'm not prepared to comment on the public benefit process for landfill permitting in specific.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Dutsey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm confused, okay, because we have an issue. There was a meeting last night I was not able to attend, but in New Hampshire, in Nashua, we have a siting for an asphalt plant that is going to be right downtown, okay? And in meetings with the DES, we were clearly told that at the next public hearing, that no one could make any comments regarding issues involved with air quality due to diesel trucks, standing, waiting to get into the asphalt plant, that the only thing that the public could comment on were scientific evidence relating to the permitting. Okay, so, and in reading some of the statements that DES has made about environmental impacts and what their mission statement is, it seems to me that DES isn't clear in terms of what it deems to be the public benefit and when the public can weigh in on concerns that it has about contamination or air quality. So, can you help me understand this? Because, you say here that it, again, assessing relative degrees of public benefit, but everything that I've heard from DES says that they can only evaluate things on technical qualifications, in technical statements made in the permitting, and they can't take in, environmental factors that may be of concern. So can you clarify that?
Sure. Well, when you're talking about the proposed asphalt plant in Nashua, you're talking about an entirely different set of statutes and rules from what we're talking about here, because that's the air statutes and air rules, and here we're talking about the solid waste rules and solid waste statute, and that's the part of the statutes that this bill would apply to. So we're to some degree talking apples and oranges when we're talking about statements that might have been made about an air permitting site as opposed to potentially weighing public benefit between two properties proposed for a landfill to be sited.
Just one follow-up.
Okay, so you're saying that if we amend this bill to clarify what we consider to be the public benefit, then DES would welcome that?
I'm saying that one of the concerns that we have with the bill is that it does not provide criteria for weighing relative public benefit between two properties.
Representative Comtois.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I had asked the prime sponsor earlier about the acreage, and you had mentioned that most landfills are at least 100 acres. Of the landfills in New Hampshire, what are they? Are most of them 100 acres, or are most of them more? That would be my first question.
That's a great question.
I'm sorry, the brownfields.
Oh,
Well,
the
both.
brownfields.
No, landfills.
Oh, landfills, we can get that information for you, but I anticipate that they would mostly be over 100 acres.
Follow up?
Thank you for that information. And that would have been my thought, that most landfills are over 100 acres, and most of the brownfields, except for one, are only 100 acres. Am I understanding that correctly?
There's an inventory that includes 313 New Hampshire brownfield sites, and I would say there's a small handful of sites that exceed 100 acres, but for other reasons related to their characteristics would not be suitable for a landfill.
One more follow-up.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again. Of some of these brownfields, would you say that a good number of them are along waterways?
Many brownfield sites are right on top of a waterway. If you look at photos, overhead photos, aerial photos of the Brownfields project in Concord that was recently completed to convert the former Allied Tannery into senior housing, you see that that senior housing is here and the water, the river is right there.
Okay. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. We heard before the comparison with wetlands, right? And so that if there is a proposal to build in wetlands, you'd have to be able to meet a number of criteria, right, in order to demonstrate that that is a suitable place to put it and that there isn't a better place to put it. So that would seem to me to involve comparison. That's a comparison between a given site and being able to demonstrate that that site is better or worse than an alternative site. So I'm a little bit confused about the idea that we don't have the capacity to make comparisons between a proposed site and an alternative site. So could you explain to us how this would be different from how we make these determinations with regard to wetlands?
I'm a geologist in the waste management division, so I can't speak to how the determinations are made in the wetlands rules. But what we can say is that this bill does not provide the criteria for that sort of comparison.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for my question. So does it follow if a brownfield near a waterway is problematic, that a green field near a waterway is problematic as well?
There are siting requirements for landfills in New Hampshire, and there's a setback required to a waterway. These brownfields projects that we talk about, brownfield sites that we talk about, which are right on top of the water, would not meet the siting criteria for a landfill.
Follow up, if I may.
Yeah, sure. One
Do you
quick
happen
one.
to know the acreage of the Bethlehem landfill?
No, but that's in the information that we're going to get to the committee.
Representative Bixby.
Thank you.
Yeah, so one of the things that's come up in previous discussions of landfills is whether the hydrogeology of a site is appropriate for a landfill in terms of setback from waterways, in terms of the porosity of the ground, in terms of whether there are major aquifers under or near the site. Are those hydrogeological considerations something that could limit the number of brownfields that would be appropriate for a landfill site?
Well, I would say that in the same way those considerations limit any type of property that's appropriate for a landfill, they would apply to brownfield sites as well.
Thank you.
Representative Murray, you had a question?
I did, thank you. The question that I had for you is that I'm aware that brownfields have, as some have mentioned before, been turned into transfer stations, parks, provided alternate locations for residential housing, those types of things. So when those types of projects are being considered, what is the metric then for those types of projects moving forward or not versus something like, obviously we were talking about acreage is one facet. Are there is there a separate set of standards or metrics used to consider other things as opposed to landfill siting?
That's a good question, and I think it would depend on what type of facility or business someone is looking to site. Some of the types of places that you mentioned, like transfer stations, do require a different type of a solid waste permit. And other types, like residential facilities, would not require a permit to be built. Not from Waste Management, at least.
Representative Potenza.
So the landfill that's in Lebanon is 15.35 acres. Lebanon, sorry. Why wouldn't we look at the 313 sites and do that kind of evaluation based upon, looking at the current rules and then see? I mean, in a sense, we only need possibly one or two landfills in the entire state of New Hampshire over the next 60 to 100 years. So to me, it just seems crazy to not look at it. It seems as if you're just blanketly saying that this is, this wouldn't work or this wouldn't work. Why aren't we looking at it? Why aren't we looking at all of the opportunities that we have in 313 before we rule it out?
I've stated DES's position on the bill. When an entity is looking to site a landfill, they look at many different options for places to site the landfill, and they may be looking at some of these sites. But DES's position is that we oppose this bill.
Representative Bixby.
Yes, so this is kind of a hypothetical, but one of the things that seems to be coming into play here is that DES doesn't actually get to make the choice about where landfills are going to be sited, or because it's a private entity that is looking to site the landfill, and that private entity seems to be in control of that process. So the hypothetical part of this is, if it were the state rather than a private entity that were looking to site landfills, would that open up the possibility of looking at more of the brownfields as potential sites?
I don't believe that the background of the entity, whether it's a government entity or a private entity, would have an impact on, would change the implementation of this bill as it's proposed. I don't believe that that would make a difference.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. So given the 313 brownfield sites that we have, just a wild guess, how many of those do you think would be appropriate for any kind of landfill? I mean, number one, we're looking at space size, the size of one. So that rules out a whole bunch of them. Then we would be looking at perhaps, being too close to a school or urban center or waterway. That would rule out another bunch of them. There are some other considerations, obviously, you'd have to take into account, And, you know, when you're looking at landfills, they're basically site-specific anyway. But just, you know, do you have any kind of guess as to how many of those 313 might be any kind of candidate for a landfill?
As stated in the commissioner's letter, we don't believe that any of them would be.
Okay, thank you for that. Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you again for taking my question. So I want to return to the question about the lack of clarity from the legislature regarding criteria, right? So particularly public benefit, and how you would compare one site versus another, what that criteria is. Wouldn't it be, what I'm thinking about in terms of this bill, isn't that precisely what this bill does? It would be, if it passed, clear instruction by the legislature that brownfields should always be preferred to greenfields if they meet our landfill siting criteria. So my question is, if that's the concern, that there isn't clarity from the legislature about what that criteria is, I'm a little bit puzzled about the opposition here, because this bill actually provides precisely that criteria, as I said, by saying the brownfields should always be preferred if they meet conditions. So wouldn't this provide the kind of clarity the DES is seeking for from the legislature on this issue?
The bill states the department shall require an applicant seeking permits for a landfill on a greenfield site to identify alternative brownfield sites within the state that could reasonably provide similar public benefits and demonstrate for all such brownfield sites whether the greenfield site provides greater public benefits, and if so, by how much. It's not clear how we would determine the degree, how we would evaluate someone's description of the degree to which a greenfield site provides more public benefit than a brownfield site.
May I follow up, Madam Chair? Thank you. So
Sure.
I appreciate that. And so then would it conceivably work to have an amendment that would just effectively state, as I said, that brownfield sites are preferable to greenfield sites, right? That's the criteria. I hear what you're saying. How do we quantify that this site is so much better than this site? But if the statement on the part of the legislature is that a brownfield site is always better than a greenfield site if it meets siting criteria, that doesn't get us into the realm of how do you quantify it. It is a value statement. So would that type of amendment perhaps provide more clarity for DES?
That would provide more clarity but not alleviate all of DES's concerns.
Representative Creighton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you again, ladies, for taking our questions. Having listened to all this, I just want to give you a hypothetical and tell me if you think if this is sort of the way it goes down. I want to put a landfill site. Typically, in this state, I'm going to need more than 100 acres. So I go to DES and say, I want to put in a landfill site. You say, great. There's 313 possible places to go. Go and analyze those based on this bill. That's what it tells me to do. Go and analyze those. So you give them the thing and they look at it and they say, well, of that 313, only a handful are greater than 100 acres. And of that handful, none of them meet the requirements for setbacks to waterways, towns, schools, whatever those requirements are. So thank you very much. Of the 313, none of them meet the 100 acres I require to put my landfill in. Is that basically the way you're seeing this go down?
Yes.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza and then Representative Murray.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to the 313 because earlier in the testimony you had stated that, you know, you weren't aware of all the criteria of what, you know, these 313 are. But then you said that that 0 of them are not appropriate. I don't understand how you can have that both ways. Then shouldn't there be a report? I'd love to see a report of every 313 of all of them. And it doesn't have to be 100 acres. Can it be 15.75? Like, I don't understand why we're not looking at it.
I don't recall saying that I wasn't aware of criteria associated with the brownfield sites, so I'm not sure how to answer your question.
you basically said that you weren't
Follow up?
aware. Follow up, sorry. You weren't
And-
aware
and-
of all, all 313 sites. You said, for example, you know that a few of them or a handful of them are over 100. You don't know every makeup of every brownfield site, obviously. So, and then you stated that 0 of them that you feel would be appropriate. I don't understand how you can qualify that statement when I would love to see a report then. If you guys have a report on hand of the 313 brownfield sites, I think that would be fantastic to send it to the committee so we know where these all stand.
I don't have here with me the details on every one of the 313 sites. I've spoken with the engineer in charge of our brownfields program, who confirmed with me that there's not one of those sites that she's aware of that's appropriate for siting a landfill for various reasons associated with their characteristics.
Ms. Kern, does DES have a brownfields report that talks about all of these different sites and what their characteristics are?
I don't believe that there's a report that would have summaries of all of the sites.
Okay.
That information is stored in individual files and would be very time consuming
Okay.
to compile.
Thank you. Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the department could tell me of the 313 brownfield sites that are also on the database that I can look through and sort, how many of them are privately held?
I don't have that information here, but we could get that for you.
Thank you.
Okay. One other question, Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, I believe that it's still in statute, unless we've changed it and I can't remember, that there's a 200-foot setback from a waterway. Did that ever pass, or is that still law?
I'm going to ask Leah to speak to this. I believe it's in the solid waste rules.
Correct. That's an administrative rule. It's not in statute.
Okay, but it's an administrative rule. Okay, so the question I have is I don't understand why, if we have the 200-foot setback, that we have to rule out all brownfields that are near a waterway, since we have a brownfield in Nashua, right on the old Coppers plant. Okay, and they're mitigating it. They've been mitigating it for the last 5 years. And they engineered a slurry wall, okay, to keep the creosote from going into the Merrimack River. So, I mean, if that in fact works, couldn't you do a slurry wall 200 feet in from a water body to protect it from leachate going into the river? And if you have 100 or 110 acres, 200 feet from a water body, you still have a lot of land to be able to use for the landfill. Just asking.
You bring up a topic that there's a lot of work going into right now at DES, the appropriate protective setbacks for landfills from surface water. So we are working on that right now in our update of the solid waste rules. The solid waste rules do allow a permittee to get a waiver of the rules if they can come up with an alternative to a requirement in the rules that is as protective as what the rules require. So if there was a site that had a need for something like that, that could be considered for a waiver. I don't know whether it could be demonstrated to be as protective or not.
Okay, any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you very much for coming and speaking with us today. Anybody else from the audience have a pink card? With that, I'm going to close the public hearing for HB 1132. I'd like to see the blue sheet. And let's see, online, we have, let's see, this is 1132. Oops. We had online 19 people in favor and 1 person in opposition of this bill. And on the blue sheet, we have 5 people signed in favor. There you go. Thank you. Okay, I am now going to open up a public hearing on HB 1170, requiring public benefit and community impact assessments from the Department of Environmental Services. And here to introduce the bill to us is Representative Wendy Thomas. Welcome to Environment and Agriculture.
Thank you.
And committee members, does everybody have a copy of the bill? Okay, thank you.
And what I'm also passing around are 2 amendments to this bill, and I'll explain why they're both needed. For the record, I am Representative Wendy Thomas. I represent the town of Merrimack, Hillsborough, District 12. The reason for this bill is because the town of Merrimack in particular was very concerned. And actually, I'm going to be joined up here by Representative Germana, whose name is on the 2 amendments as well.
Okay, and I remind Representative Germana that if you are testifying, you won't be able to come back up and ask questions. Do you have copies of the amendments? Oh, they're coming around.
They're going around.
Thank you.
The reason for this bill is there was a lot of concern about an air permit that was being considered for Saint-Gobain in Merrimack. Now, this is a company that has lied over and over and over about what they do and how much emissions they have put forward. They lied about a bypass that they had to use. And in several meetings with DES prior to Saint-Gobain saying they were going to close, but prior to this permit, we were told that DES is a regulatory committee or a regulatory agency, and they do not, even though it's in their mission statement, they do not need to consider people or the environment. They don't need to protect it. We were at a meeting and we were specifically told that if a corporation checks off all of the boxes that are necessary for a permit, they're given that permit regardless of whether or not there's going to be an impact to the community. As you can probably imagine, with the history that we have in Merrimack, that just won't float. And so initially, when we came up with the idea for this bill, we had sort of an idea that just all-encompassing, DES would have to consider public benefit and community impact. Well, you can't really do that. You can't go into any agency and make a massive change like that. And we understood, but that was sort of the mud that we put up on the wheel. And so in discussion with DES, in discussion with some industry experts, we decided that instead of making a massive change, which I actually argue would be for the better, but I understand that logistically it's not the best thing, we were just going to take 1 permit, the landfill permit, just 1, and put wording into the process for this where DES would have to consider environmental impact, or they consider public benefit and environment and community impact. I'm sorry. So on amendment, which is 0190H, on lines 10 through 12, it identifies exactly what we're talking about and what DES should consider for a landfill permit, which includes human health, property values, tourism, outdoor recreation, and wildlife. To figure out the impacts of these, they should be looking at noise, odor, traffic, groundwater pollution, and surface water pollution, greenhouse gas, and other emissions. So this amendment to this bill would simply consider 1 permit. And then if we pass this And we see in a year that the agency has not blown up, and in fact, they have done a good job protecting the communities with these permits, then perhaps we could extend it to other permits. So that's the amendment for public input. There's another amendment. Do you want to bring this one forward?
Sure, and if I may also speak about some of the other reasons why the 190, the amendment that we're proposing, 190, is needed to address some specific issues. One has to do with providing support for local communities, because as it stands right now, there's a public input session and local communities have the opportunity to present their concerns. But public communities, our local communities don't necessarily have the resources they need to hire experts, to hire lawyers, to hire geologists, to do the types of investigations that permit applicants can do. Or, I mean, they're inherently at a disadvantage. So this bill would require the applicant who wants to place a facility in a community to, through a third party, do this work on behalf of the community that they want to that they want to have a facility. And so it's addressing specific needs of communities to have the resources they need to be able to help evaluate the applications. We also specifically expanded here, it refers to in line 7, to the host community and abutting municipalities. It's important for us, right, to recognize, we all do, that it doesn't, these types of facilities aren't, they're located in one town, but they affect towns all around that area, right? You've got trucks coming in and out. You have the potential for air pollutants, water pollutants, et cetera, right? So any type of evaluation of the impact has to be regional and has to affect a variety of communities that are abutting the community where the facility is. The other part of this bill, which is down in lines 20 to 23, also makes it clear that when we're talking about public benefit as well as harm, that it has to be specific to the facility that is being proposed. You cannot use a second facility somewhere else in order to argue that you're enhancing the public benefit or diminishing the public harm. It has to be specific to the facility that you are applying for.
And just one more addition to this amendment is the original fiscal note was pretty awful. If you read it, by having the corporations pay for this study, it eliminates that fiscal note, and I'm sure you're going to have a person to oversee it. But this is, again, one permit.
Thank you. And so in reference to the second amendment, and by the way, we decided to offer, Representative Thomas and I, 2 separate amendments because we think that they deal with kind of 2 different things, and we don't want them necessarily to have to be tied to one another, so that we can kind of discuss them, take, leave, whatever, amend as needed. But we felt it was better off for the committee's purposes to have these as 2 separate amendments rather than one amendment. But the second amendment, 2024-0187H, was drafted in response to the December Supreme Court decision regarding public benefit. I have a copy of it. It's online, but I'm also happy to provide it for the committee. This was a dispute involving a Conservation Law Foundation and NCES and DES as well. And there was a debate over how to determine public benefit, specifically with regard to capacity and need, right? And so one side was arguing, I believe the Conservation Law Foundation was arguing that you need to be able to demonstrate need for that facility for effectively every day of the lifetime of that facility. The more, on the other end is the argument that you only need to demonstrate effectively one day of need, right? If there's any shortfall at all, even for one day of the lifetime of that permit, that constitutes need. The court determined that DES has considerable statutory flexibility to determine what need means, right? And so this amendment that we're offering here is a Solomonic solution to the problem, which is to say that when we look at the lifetime of the permit, you need to be able to demonstrate need for at least half of the lifetime of that permit. And that splits the difference between the two positions that were argued before the court. So in this case, through this amendment, we're asking the legislature to do is to provide specific direction to DES and to say that when considering need has to be demonstrated, as I said, for at least 1/2 of the lifetime of the permit for the specific facility.
And the amendment also stipulates that a new facility would not be able to operate until the year of the shortfall. So, for example, if they've applied for a 10-year permit and there's an anticipated shortfall in year 9, they wouldn't be able to start operating until year 9. They wouldn't be able to open up a landfill and use it and for the first 9 years, just because there was that anticipated shortfall in year 9. So this amendment also addresses that.
So Representative Thomas, wouldn't that create a monopoly where you would only have, one new landfill? What if there were 2 new landfills coming online? How do you assess that shortfall? There is no shortfall, really.
We currently have 2 large landfills in New Hampshire.
Right.
Right. So, and theoretically, they're both being active because there's a shortfall. This would be for any new landfill, not existing landfill.
Right. So, but then you're saying that there would only be 1 new landfill at a time that would be coming online and not any others, new ones? I mean, what if we wanted, to place 2 new landfills somewhere?
Wow.
I mean, just hypothetically, not that, we would go crazy putting landfills all over, but
yeah, I hope we don't.
no, but I'm just saying it just seems like this kind of creates a monopoly of a 1 new landfill coming online.
Well, if I may speak to that, Madam Chair, I think that if we're talking about, given our current capacity, if we were looking at 2 new landfill permits, there is no way 2 new landfills are required to meet our needs, right? So right there, it creates a problem because this is simply not, they would not be permittable. I mean, there's no reason to even think about permitting 2 new landfills because we don't even begin to have the need for 2 new landfills. So I think it would have to be in the sense of like who got their permit application in first, and that is, I think, a perfectly reasonable process. There's only so much need you have. People apply to provide a service for that need, and you would do a first come, first served basis in terms of evaluating permit applications.
And Madam Chair, it would only be a monopoly if the same company is chosen consistently, correct?
Possibly. Switching gears, I also have a question with regard to the on the amendment 0190H, lines 9 through 14. The assessment shall include harms that a landfill would likely cause by identifying and determining any potentially harmful impacts on human health, property values, tourism, outdoor recreation, and wildlife. Such impacts may include noise, odor, traffic, groundwater pollution, surface water pollution, greenhouse gas, and other emissions emanating from the facility, and to include the emissions from transport of solid waste-related material and byproducts to and from the proposed facility. How do you envision all of that being quantified?
That's a good question. I'm not sure of the metrics, but there have to be metrics that, for example.
I mean, I get for noise, you can measure decibels.
Right. So transportation, we were talking about road usage. So if the roads that are being used with these heavy trucks have to be repaired more often than not, I mean, that's a statistic you could use. Human health, you would, Well, so this would be for a new landfill. I mean, the biggest one is any PFAS. I mean, any environmental toxins. The potential for human health if they escape would be something to be considered.
That would still be, something they'd have to guess at. They don't have any hard, fast, numbers.
Right, and if I may, thank you, Madam Chair. There's nothing in the bill that states that the assessment of impact has to be quantified. Certainly, some of them would require quantity. If you're talking about home values, certainly, if you're talking about noise, as you pointed out, these are things that can be quantified. But considering, for example, tourism, right? The assessment would take a look at what are some of the major tourist draws in the area and say that building a landfill next to a site that is a heavily visited site, you don't need to quantify that. I mean, these are things I would argue to the committee that we would all want. If a facility like this was being built in our communities, these are precisely the things that we would want to know. How is it going to impact local tourism in our area? How is it going to impact property values? How is it going to impact wildlife? And some of these, as I said, are quantifiable, but some of them are kind of qualifiable in the sense that they are statements about the fact that you're building facility in close proximity to a natural beauty site like Mount Monadnock down in the Cheshire region, right? So I hear what you're saying, and certainly some of these things can be quantified, like property values, and there's a way to do that by looking at current landfills and their potential impact on property value and projecting that onto a new site. But as you said, some of these are more quality issues that we all care about in our communities, even if they're not strictly quantifiable.
And do you know whether or not DES takes these particular things and quantifies them when they're currently doing their permitting? I mean, DES is going to be coming up and testifying as well, and I'll ask them the same question, but
And
I don't know if you do, if you knew that.
I look forward to their answer. The reason for this bill, and one of the reasons is that they're not obligated by law to consider the impact of permits on public benefit and community impact. I mean, it is in their mission statement, but it's not in law, and so it's they do one thing for one permit, one thing for another permit. So there's no consistency about protecting the people, and the environment from some of these the permits. I don't know if that answers your question.
And if I could just follow that up, and I realize I want to get to the questions that we had several meetings with Director Wimsatt, and that's not to say that this has his stamp of approval, but we narrowed this down specifically in response to a number of the questions and concerns that the director had. The bottom line here, I think, is that we need to be talking about net impact. The problem with our public benefit, the way we weigh public benefit, is that it doesn't involve a list of here are the advantages and here are the disadvantages, and now we're going to compare the two to see which one comes out on top. We don't do that. The only, seems to me, rational way to determine whether to go forward is to have a statement of potential harm and a statement of potential benefit, and to compare the two. Otherwise, I think we're stuck with what we hear again and again and again, is that DES has a hard time determining what public benefit, how it's defined.
So, and let me ask you, with this amendment 019H, and both, maybe 018-7H, did I hear correctly that Director Wimsatt had some input into this?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay,
We had several meetings with him.
thank you. Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Representative Germana, you sort of just got at a question I have regarding the comparison of the benefits to the negatives, but I look at your list and it's hard for me to think, landfills are necessarily evils, we need them, but what is the case in which they would ever increase property values, increase tourism, increase recreation? It's always going to be, I would think this list is always sort of going to come out negatively, the impact of having a landfill in your area. So do you look at it as a comparison to the benefit of having the landfill? Do you look at it as this spot that's right next to a lake or right next to a town is worse than if the spot was a little more remote? I mean, how do you think about this list? Because I look at it and say, your report's never going to say, hey, this is great. It's going to be great for all these things, right? To have a landfill. It's hard to imagine that would ever be the outcome.
Thank you very much, Representative, for the question. I think that you're right. It's not going to come out negative, but it should come out neutral. And, I mean, we all want to know if citing one of these things in our community is going to negatively impact our property values. So the purpose is not to have this come out as a say, positive impact on the community. But as I said, I think we should all be given a sense of if there might be a negative impact.
And another thing is, and we're playing tag here, and I hope it's not confusing, but this assessment would allow the community to have their eyes open. So if it says, there's potential for leachate leak into the lake, people could maybe start filtering water now before it becomes an issue or something like that. So it's eyes open for the community. I'm not necessarily saying that, it's going to stop any landfills. That's not the point of this. The point is, if we're going to have a landfill, let's make sure it's safe. Let's make sure people know about any potential hazards, and let's make sure the benefit outweighs the negative part of it.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Representative Germana, I'd like to take the metaphor of Solomon because I studied the Hebrew Bible, and in that example, the objective was the baby had to survive. When two women said it was their baby, Solomon had to make a decision. If we have risk-benefit analysis that the feds have been doing for years, can't we use some of those examples to tell us how to do public benefit, how to weigh public benefit?
Thank you for the question and appreciate your expertise, your theological expertise. Yes, I agree. This is not reinventing the wheel. This is not something that people don't already do, right? So there are processes for this at the federal level, as you point out, and they are certainly adaptable and applicable in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
Just to kind of follow up on that, because it seemed as if there was a question that these aren't, this would just be, a guess. These are people that have dedicated their whole lives to risk analysis, public benefit, all of that. And I mean, all I know is that this happens all the time for even in private businesses. You have to weigh the good versus the bad to say if it makes sense to go forward. This isn't just about landfills. This is about everything, correct? That falls on the agency?
Eventually, we hope it's about everything. Yes.
Representative Dutsey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go back to the comment I made about the asphalt plant. The people of Nashua who came to that meeting hit the floor when they found out that their concerns about air quality regarding their children. They lived in those areas. Children walked to school in that area. And the asphalt plant was going to be open, I think, from 6 in the morning until 5 o'clock at night. And I think they wanted to operate at least 6 days a week, maybe 7 days a week. And residents in the community were told that any concerns they had about a diminishment of their quality life could not and would not be considered. Okay. And I just find that that's unconscionable. That's unconscionable, especially when
Representative Dutsey, do you have a question?
Yeah, well, it's not a question. I'm sorry. The statement is, I think that something like this may make industries or people that want to locate this think about how they can build these.
Representative Dutsey, if you don't have
Okay,
a question, please refrain.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Representative Suffolkitis.
I just, for the record, I just want to know, because I had heard that St. Gobain was closing. Are they closing?
They have plans to close this summer. We're in the process of trying to figure out what that means as far as cleaning up the building, getting rid of what's inside the building, and cleaning up the land around it. Although you can't clean
Are
it.
there any other questions for Representative Creighton?
Thank you, ma'am, and thank you for this bill. It clearly, the community impact should be considered. What I'm looking at, though, is the amendment, and I don't understand how it works. What I think you're saying is that if I'm gonna put several billions of dollars into building a landfill, that I have to bet that my timing is correct in terms of the other plant closing and my plant opening. Otherwise, I build this multi-million-dollar plant and I can't open it because our law now says that you can only have one based on a capacity. I think that's what you said. You said you can't open this plant until the other plant expires based on the need.
No. That's, I may have misspoken. You cannot, so if the need is projected, so we currently have two landfills, two large landfills in New Hampshire. If to put in a third one, you would have to go through the permitting process, which this doesn't change the permitting process. It changes one tiny aspect, but you still have to go through that process. And the only way that you should be getting the permit is if a need and a shortfall is identified. Like, in 5 years, we're going to need, more landfill capacity. So the permit would be given to you on the understanding that in 5 years, that's when we'll be needing you. So you can build it and everything. But this second amendment would say, until that need is here, you can't start using it.
You can't start using them, but like you said, it's a 5-year lead time. So it just seems exorbitantly complicated to me. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, ma'am.
I'll also speak to that. So first of all, I would like, hopefully, for us to get away from the notion that it can only be one. There's nothing in the bill that mandates that. What it says is that, and this is already part of rules, that the question about public benefit is inseparably linked to need, capacity, and need. And what we're saying is that either an expansion or a new landfill should not be opened and begin operating until the point where there is need. This is not, certainly it's a business and necessary evil, as Representative Knabb pointed out, but we shouldn't be in a situation, and I know none of us are here, and thinking that because companies can make a profit opening landfills, they should just be able to open landfills because they can make money doing it. What we're saying is that you shouldn't be able to begin operating an expansion or a new landfill until the point where there is a demonstrated need for that landfill.
Mm-hmm.
So we're not opening landfills that are simply not needed.
Representative Dutsey?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Are you aware that I believe that that this already exists in the healthcare field and in hospitals? I believe that it's my understanding that they have to go before a regulatory board and demonstrate need before you can build a new hospital. Did you check to see if that's is that the kind of model that you're using for this?
The details of this, I spent many hours this summer talking to legislators from New York State. And they have, and again, it was PFAS led. They've got Hoosick Falls, which is comparable to our Merrimack, which is comparable to Bennington, Vermont. And one of the differences, they have a Department of Environmental Protection. And I think that's what this is trying to do. Because right now we have a Department of Environmental Services, which is a regulatory committee. Again, agency, not committee. And so this tries to bring it in line with more of a protection for the citizens of New Hampshire agency.
And if I may respond, Representative Dutsey, to your question, and also try to provide some more clarity. I should have thought about this when I was responding to Representative Creighton. I would refer my colleagues to, and I can again submit it to the clerk, to the Supreme Court case, pages 9 through 11, What we are addressing is specifically in response to the ruling by the Supreme Court, right? So when I talk about the need to demonstrate need, as it were, this is specifically addressing the issues that were raised in this ruling. And the ruling was that DES has considerable regulatory flexibility in determining what need means. What we are saying is that we as a legislature have the responsibility of actually determining what need means. And we've heard from DES a number of times that it's difficult for them to do things without clarification. So I'll submit this, and I would ask my committee colleagues to read the case, especially pages 9 through 11, because what this amendment does specifically responds to the case, the ruling by the Supreme Court.
Representative Potenza.
Okay, so I was a little confused because the initial bill does not speak about landfills. And so the two amendments replace.
100%.
Okay, so that's where I guess I got a little confused. So would you want both of these to be applied? Is really where it would be one or the other? Like I'm getting.
Ideally, we would like both. However, the 190, is more specific about the public benefit, and 187 addresses that Supreme Court ruling, which is included in the definition of public benefit. So ideally, both of them should be passed. We just made them separate because we didn't want one to bog down the other.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question to the two, just two of maybe many of the sponsors, sorry. My question is, are there other instances in where host communities are notified and public comment is taken when there are other entities or buildings like maybe jails or nuclear power plants or anything of the like that are like built or established in a community? Is there any other precedent that is available for us to look at aside from rulemaking and all of those other things where we know public is invited to comment, but with specificity to the creation of a new entity like a new landfill?
I believe the process that DES uses almost always includes public input, community input. However, we were told by an employee of DES that they don't, especially for written testimony, they don't look at things like Saint-Gobain has lied, Saint-Gobain has been mistruthful, Saint-Gobain has done this. They like comments that say there's a typo on line 7 or something like that. So again, they've reinforced they are a regulatory agency. And even though they invite public input, it's questionable about whether or not they actually consider the actual input to the community, the direct input.
Yes, and I would say I don't know the answer, and I'll make some inquiries. Prisons sound like an example of that. What we're saying is that the current process already requires permit applicants to make a case about this is the public benefit. What we are saying is that they should have to also say here are and the word here is potential. It's always potential public benefit. They should also have to speak to potential public harms. That doesn't mean they have to have a crystal ball. The word is potential. And so when you're trying to put one of these facilities in a community, you should have to present potential benefits and potential harms to help DES make their decisions.
Any other questions? Representative Potenza.
I just had a question because I was at said meeting that you were at, and I brought up the specific permit that was, in a sense, going to be rubber stamped from Saint-Gobain. And that answer was accurate of we don't look at, correct? I mean, I just want to make sure that that is specific, that what we're talking about, because I heard the same exact thing.
That is what I heard.
Any other questions? Thank you for your introducing the bill, and I would now call Greg Abbott. You have to stay there.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name's Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I'm here today. I came initially opposed to House Bill 1170 because of its far-reaching. It basically said any permit that goes through DES would need this extensive study. And I was looking at, we get all kinds of permits, air, wetlands, all kinds of permits through the Department of Environmental Services. This would delay so many projects that would be affected. Since the amendments were proposed, I thought, yay, I'm good. I don't really have to worry about it. Landfills is not necessarily something that I would have to worry about. But I want to bring to your attention, because the sponsor said maybe everything should be covered. And so I just want to bring up, even if we were to do this assessment, and I'm looking at the original bill, I have not seen the amendment, so I can't talk on landfills. But I look at such broad language as human values, safety, concerns, about proper planning, and it's so vague that I don't even know what a report would look like. And I can tell you this, DES, whenever we go for a permit, you cannot pollute the environment, or you cannot. You have to meet their conditions. They're very strict. They are for protecting the environment. And not only do we have to go through DES, sometimes Fish and Game for alteration of terrain permits. It's not an easy process from an applicant's aspect to get approval, especially if you're not making sure you protect the environment. So I want to put that. The whole question of need, this has come up before, but who decides what is need? If I want to build a new building on Concord down Main Street, who decides that it's needed and what public benefit? So those are the reasons I came against the initial bill, but I think it's helpful in your discussion on landfill, because there's definitely landfills have a different priority. It is for the benefit of the state. Landfills are going to help all the communities. It's not something many people go after as far as permits, but those that do have got to meet all the conditions and go through a very lengthy process. So I don't even know how an assessment impact would work. And I think you've had some committee members ask that question, because you could just be getting a report, which costs money. That still, part of this makes me think you need to look at the DES's rules for landfills and how they assess, because I do think they look at road impacts and a whole bunch of other things already when somebody goes through the process. I'm going on and on. The bulk of me, 95% is good, that if you're removing the original bill. 5% is just a warning that this needs a lot of clarification in order to understand what the impact would really do. Does it give, who decides whether need is a big? Need is one that's very subjective. What I think is a need might be different than somebody else has a need. So I really caution you to look at that term. It's probably a lawyer great word that they'd love in court. And so who would make that determination? With that, I would end my testimony, and since the amendment, most of my opposition would go away with the killing of the original bill.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
Seeing none, thank you. And I'd call Ted Deers.
So I was very, for the record, my name is Ted Deers. I'm the Assistant Director of the Water Division at DES, and it was very fortuitous that I happened to be sitting next to.
Sarah Uhas-Kern, Assistant Director of the Waste Management Division at DES.
So thank you very much for the opportunity. Obviously, similar to what Mr. Abbott just suggested, there's 15 people who've seen these amendments, and neither of us are one of them. So we are ill prepared to comment upon them. You had our comments from the original bill. It sounds like you're moving off of that in some manner. But it sounds like it's turning over to sort of landfills. So I will turn it over to my colleague from the Waste Division.
Thank you. We were unaware of these amendments to this bill, but I look forward to obtaining copies to take to Director Wimsatt so that he can become familiar with them, and then we would be happy to provide comments on it.
Okay, are there any extra copies at the end of the table there?
Thank you.
Okay.
Just received copies, thank
Sure.
you.
Yeah, and I don't expect you to comment on them because you haven't seen it till 2 seconds ago. But with regard to any of the other testimony that you've heard or questions that you've heard asked, do you have any comment on that?
I don't have any comment today. I believe there's a work session on this bill tomorrow, and we are not going to be ready to comment on this or participate in a work session tomorrow, but we would be happy to
Okay.
if we can have a little more time with the language.
Certainly. Thank you. Any questions? Representative Murray.
Yes, thank you. I guess I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the prime sponsor and the co-sponsor, and maybe it's just for you. Just regarding other instances in where host committees are notified, public. In your testimony, you do mention that the bill, the underlying bill, prior to its amendment, would require the department to engage with each community in the state to identify benefits and potential impacts. Further goes on to state that it would create a new requirement for public input, both in community, the community in which the permit or project is located, as well as neighboring communities. So to that end, I guess I am looking for some clarity as to whether or not that process already exists somewhere, aside from like a rulemaking hearing or some other type of circumstance. So if you could speak to that.
Sure, I'm going to see if Ted has some comments on that.
Sure. So again, this is back to the original bill, which would have covered, from our perspective, life, the universe, and everything. So that in that case, we have lots and lots and lots of different permits. We have something like, I can't remember what the number is, 88, 133 chapters of law within the department, and hundreds of different kinds of permits that cover lots and lots of things that have time frames that extend from years to weeks. So there's a whole spectrum of opportunity for both public comment and integration within community interests, as well as interactions with other state laws and state jurisdictions, as well as federal laws and federal jurisdictions. This is pretty complex when you start getting into that magnitude. Now, if you're trimming it down to one thing, then you have an opportunity to be able to think through what does that mean relative to the existing statutes, federal overlays, what the communities already do, how that interacts with local zoning, how that interacts with other kinds of aspects. Those are all things that you can consider program by program, but writ large, it's a pretty big universe of things that you're talking about and a broad spectrum of how those kinds of interactions happen. Does that get at your question at all?
Follow
up, yeah.
Thank you, if I may. So if what I'm hearing is that the scope were narrowed, perhaps it would be of more use to allow a framework in which it is clearly defined for public comment to neighboring or host communities. Is that what you're saying versus a broad?
I guess I would just say that it would totally depend on which statute and which permit you're talking about and how you would like to go about having that conversation.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for stepping up and speaking with us. Are there any other folks in the audience who'd like to make comment on this bill? Seeing none, I'd like the blue sheet. And let's see here on HB 1170, I have 10 online, 10 people in support, 2 in opposition. And on our blue sheet, we have 7 in support of HB 1170. With that, I'm going to close out the hearing on HB 1170. And look at, we've only gone over 1 minute. I'll open up a hearing for HB 1620 relative to suspending the issuance of new landfill permits until 2031. And I believe we have our work session is later after we're done. No, wait a minute. Where am I? It's tomorrow. No. Our work session will be 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. So what I have for HB 1620, introducing the bill, is sponsor Representative Rochefort. Welcome to Environment Agriculture.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate the time that you gave me. I do want to say my new colleague, Representative Sean Durkin, wishes he was here, but he couldn't make it. So he sends his best regards. Before you today is HB 1620, and it's a pretty straightforward bill, I hope. That's probably worst thing I could probably say. But ultimately, the packet I just handed you, I'm going to actually be using this today and tomorrow. I'll be back again tomorrow for another bill. And this is the first few pages of the committee report, the final committee report for the committee to study unlimited service area permits for landfills and out-of-state waste coming into New Hampshire. So I've got this bill today. I've got another bill coming tomorrow. So I will be referring to this on both days. As you probably recall, that was a bill that, or a study committee that met over the summer. I know Madam Chair came to at least one of our meetings, and we ended up with a number of findings, and that's on page, on the third page in the recommendations. And this bill today actually speaks to one of those recommendations, and that is the consideration of a moratorium against the construction of new landfills. And we felt in the committee that the concept should at least be discussed and presented to you folks to consider. And I want to actually talk about the word moratorium. Sometimes people get worried about that, concerned about it. I don't think there's any intention here amongst myself and amongst others to eliminate landfills entirely. I think that Representative the previous hearing said, you know, it's a necessary evil that we have to deal with. The fortunate thing that we have in New Hampshire is we have plenty of capacity of landfills. In fact, looking at the biennial solid waste report from DES, we have capacity until 2033, 34-ish. Even in 2030, we'll have an excess of 363,000 tons. So we don't have a gun to our head. We have the luxury of time to talk about this and consider this. And that's one of the things the findings of the committee said. There are a lot of moving parts with this. And so how do we deal with solid waste and landfills and capacity? And one of the things that we considered was in the committee is recycling, advanced recycling, incineration, having more utilization of recycled products. And really what this bill does is it buys us time by stopping the issuance of landfill permits to consider those things, to consider those other options as we move forward. I mean, there were topics that we discussed. I know the chair was there that really, you know, I think the, you know, bipartisan, bicameral committee really said, you know, we really should be spending some time on this. And there may be some legitimate, real answers to this problem that's been going on for quite some time. So the point being is this pauses the issuance of new landfill permits, but it doesn't stop the department from accepting and investigating applications. So that's the other thing too. If you look at line 5 of the bill, the department shall continue to accept and investigate applications. So it gives the opportunity for things to come in, the department to investigate these and really ruminate on them and study them. And then it holds off the issuance to 2031. And the other option, as this committee knows, we are having new rules in development that should be out in July, maybe. I think I've heard. I've seen a draft of those. I know you have been briefed on that as well. So this also, not only does it give pause while those new rules are being considered, but if the same staff that are developing the rules are also reviewing the permits, it gives some margin and some break there. The other topic that we discussed is, which I'll be talking about tomorrow. I'm going to save that for tomorrow. And again, really is a pause on the issuance of permits. We find that this is probably the most, personally, I think this is the most elegant solution to this issue with so many moving parts. And it just gives us time because we do have the capacity. We have plenty of capacity here in the state of New Hampshire. One of the things that I wanted to talk about really quickly, and I was going to have an economist here, but he's hung up in, he's here. I will wait on that then. Is the fiscal note. So he arrived right on cue. And with that, I'm going to hand it over to the committee, and I'm available for questions.
Representative Bixby.
Okay, so I think that you're aware that there is currently another permit that has been submitted for the landfill attempt in Dalton. And I was wondering how this bill would affect that and whether the fact that the bill is going to be processed after the that permit was submitted has an impact on how this bill would work.
Yeah, so that's a good question. It's a relevant question, and this bill was actually submitted prior to that application being sent in. So I don't know if this was, we knew that this was coming, this application up north. I don't know if this was the bill that expedited that submission or not. I've been told that it probably was, but that is a good question and something that needs to be considered here as we move forward.
Representative Haskins.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm interested in lines 5 and 6. The department shall continue to accept and investigate applications. What did you have in mind with that?
So the point is they will, again, building off the last question, we had anticipated an application being filed. I did not anticipate it being filed when it was. So, but the intent is that people can, applicants can submit an application. They can send in an application for a landfill. The DES can work on the application, but it won't issue the final permit until 2031.
Follow up, Madam Chair?
Follow up.
Thank you. One of my concerns all along has been that the rulemaking process is going on at the same time that the permit is being reviewed. And it seems to me that DES has indicated to us that they are somewhat understaffed and underfunded. And I wonder whether it makes sense to you that an application be reviewed when the rulemaking is going on.
And again, being that there's no pressure with this, I mean, it's 2031 is where we have the time frame, so there's no immediate need to process. I mean, they can process or investigate an application, but they don't have to. This will put the pause on that. So if they want to allocate staff to develop rules and put this aside while they do that, they can. One of the other things that I think you bring up a good point is that we have rules that are developing, and we have conditions that are evolving right now in the state. I mean, we have a landfill right now that's leaking PFAS, and it's headed towards a river. And, you know, I mean, I know that there is, DES contends that it's not actively leaking. It was from prior to the landfill when it was unlined. But we have other groups that, you know, would disagree with that. So, I mean, those are major issues. I mean, that's something that should be settled. It should be figured out before we move forward with any new landfills. I mean, having gone through this now for a second year myself personally here, but watching this issue since I was in 8th grade. I grew up in the North Country, and when it was Sandco, we've all been watching this whole thing develop. You know, we've always wondered what's going to happen when it hits the water. And just a year ago, we were here, and DES was saying, well, these are double lined and triple lined, and you know, we're not going to worry about it. It's safe. But my colleague once said, you know, if the Titanic was wrapped in bubble wrap, would you still go on it? I mean, so the question. The point being is, there are some real questions that have to be answered. And, you know, I know there are folks that have followed the PFAS stuff going down in Merrimack. We have the Air Force Base. We just, in my committee in Ways and Means, we talked about a leak that, you know, it was cleaned up years ago, but on the land, but now it's leaking into Squam Lake. So the point being is that, I mean, the rules are being developed, but, and DES can work on the permits while this pause is taking place. But the reality is, I think we got to get the rules right. We have to get the permitting right before we do anything. Because, I mean, I say this personally. I literally, my earth science teacher in 7th, 8th, and 9th grade was talking to us about the Sandco landfill, which is now in NCES. He said, once those go in, you will never get them out. And it's true. Once the stuff is in the ground, well, good or bad, we're stuck with it forever. So we've got to get this right. And this adds us time. It pumps the brakes. It gives us a little space, gives us a little margin, so we can do the best thing.
Indeed, thank you.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Representative, for taking my question. I'm going to ask you to address one of the critiques of the bill that Commissioner Scott included in the letter that he sent to the committee, and you were copied on that letter. But to revisit for a moment the time we spent together in that study committee, one of the things we talked about, right, was what it means to be vested. When we talked to DES and to the Attorney General's office, thinking about what we could do and what we couldn't do, what it means for a company to be vested, right? And the reason why I bring that up is because in the letter, Commissioner Scott, on the one hand, expresses concern that this doesn't address potential capacity needs. In the next paragraph, he acknowledges but then criticizes the bill for actually addressing potential capacity needs by saying that it would be unfair to grant extensions of current landfills, right, rather than provide a permit for a new landfill potentially. So could you speak to that criticism, and specifically to how current landfills are already vested, right? So that the granting of an expansion is not the same as the granting of a new landfill, because existing landfills are already vested and potential landfills are not.
Yes, thank you, Representative. For the record, I have not read my email. I've been in committee all morning, so I have not read that. I know that you said you said I've got it, so I'm sure it's sitting there in my email box. But I can talk about, you know, the difference between when we created the bill. We felt it was important that landfills that are already operating should be allowed to expand under their current guidelines. This goes out to going into new landfills. And I think the talk earlier today about green space versus brown space really comes into play here. A landfill, it's already been permitted, it's already been accepting garbage. It's there. The garbage is there. It's you know, the horse is out of the barn there, if you will. You know, we're assuming that monitoring is being done, the wells are being monitored, the structure is in place to do that to the best of our ability as of today. Going into a new facility, I mean, the one that comes to mind is Dalton. You know, it's a green space. There's never been trash there. It's sitting next to a lake, but as soon as you start putting stuff in there, like I said, it's there. It's going to be there forever. So I think the point being is that, you know, we protect our pristine areas for now until we get it right, but we allow those that are continuing to do business with best practices. I've been to these facilities, and it's you know, if you haven't been to a landfill in New Hampshire, I would encourage you to do so, because, you know, the stuff that goes on there is really quite remarkable. You know, but they're doing things to the best practices. Who's to say best practices 5 years are going to be from now are going to be best practices today? When I was in 8th grade, best practices were to throw it in a big pit, and you know, today we would line that pit. We'd say, because, you know, that pit may or may not be leaking. It's leaking sometime. It started leaking sometime. Whether or not it was back then or now, I don't know. But, you know, there's differences of opinion there. So I hope that addressed your question.
May I follow up?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Reluctantly, but thank you. And could you also just very briefly, sense of time, and I know you also have to leave to get to your daughter's play today, so don't want to take too much more time. But could you also speak to one of the other things that we discussed in the committee, which is you're talking about what we might be doing 5 years from now. We've had a lot of discussion in this committee about advanced recycling, for example. So isn't it the case that the capacity issues, we will be addressing them by pursuing plans that we have regarding food waste diversion and advanced recycling? That will also ease some of the capacity issues, correct?
Yeah, that will. And I'm one of the things that was mentioned in the fiscal, and I'm not going to speak to the fiscal note per se. We've got someone here that is much better at that than I am. But one of the things they talked about is that it's going to increase transportation costs. Well, I push back to transport costs to landfills, and I'm going to push back on that a little bit because of exactly what you said. By hitting pause on this and following the recommendations of the study committee, which is pursuing advanced recycling and improving recycling methods and things like that, you conceivably reduce the amount that you're hauling to landfills. I mean, that one could think that would do that. The other topic was incineration. Incineration will eliminate a third of what goes into the landfills. And again, these are, you know, I know those are hot button issues as well, but they're issues that need time to be vetted. And that's exactly what this bill does. It gives time to further explore advanced recycling and implement it. Consider implementing it in New Hampshire. I think one of the things we found out in our committee over the summer is New Hampshire is the only state in the Northeast that doesn't, or it's lagging. It's the last state in the Northeast with efforts on recycling. We know that compost, 30% of the stuff that we throw away is compostable. That's filling up a space in our landfills. So yeah, this pumps the brakes. It says, you know, let's look at what we can do aside from this. Let's get our rules right. Let's we don't have a gun to our head. We don't have a capacity issue right now, and this just buys us time to make the right moves, do the right things.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Rochefort.
Yes.
So did your study committee come up with 2031 as a date, or how did that date come up?
Yeah, so that's a good question. And so the study committee stopped at a moratorium or a pause could be considered. We didn't get into the details too much. The 2031 came up based on the biennial solid waste report, which estimated capacity, needing further capacity in 2034. I didn't print that out because it's 100 plus pages, but that's the biennial solid waste report that's on the DES website. It's on page 7 that says the capacity may fall short projected in 2034. So considering 2031, 3 years buys us some time to get a permit, to get a facility in place. And
Does it take 3 years to get a facility put in place?
that I don't know.
Okay. All right, thank you. Any other questions? Representative Potenza.
I just wanted to ask if you feel comfortable in basically an application that's sitting out there during the same time that rules are, in a sense, being processed. Does that make you feel comfortable? Because in a sense, you know, rules are being developed at the same time. There's an application in there. And is that part of the reason why in putting a moratorium in here? Because there is not a definite need at this point, and there isn't for another 10 years?
You know, I've been down here a year, and I can tell you the folks up north, as everywhere, we're looking for an answer on some stuff. We have needs. We have crazy things like 250 feet. You can put a landfill 250 feet from a body of water. And, you know, those things are common sense, we would think. But we can't get a consensus on what the right way to go is. I mean, this House has bipartisan passed bipartisan bills to make common sense changes, and it gets to the other side of the wall and it dies. We've had cases where, you know, both bodies have passed something. It gets to the corner office and dies. Meanwhile, you've got forever chemicals rolling into our rivers. Right upstream from my town, who's invested hundreds of thousands of dollars to revitalize a downtown, and we're thinking, this is crazy. Why isn't anybody doing anything on that? So, am I concerned about that? You know, a couple things. Yeah, I'm concerned that we haven't done the right. Getting common sense stuff through down here hasn't happened. We've got places all over the state, being Newington and Merrimack and all over. We just replaced 2 wells in the state of New Hampshire for schools because of contamination, and we're still not getting anything done down here. That concerns me. It would concern me as an applicant to have an application in there knowing the rules might change. I mean, I can't imagine putting up an investment like that, knowing that the DES might change the rules midstream. So yeah, there's a lot of concerns. I have a lot of concerns there, and I think that it's a common sense thing. I mean, it's a pause. You know, we do this in my Ways and Means Committee. We do this with historical racehorsing. We've put a pause on things because HRH gambling, it's a contentious issue. But regardless of what HRH does, it doesn't poison wells. And if we can put a moratorium on a electronic machine that, you know, people gamble on, why can't we put a moratorium on something that could poison our drinking water?
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I wonder, did your committee hear from private landfill companies, and did they have any pushback on this legislation, or?
Yeah, we actually did. We heard, and the report's online. And again, I gave you the first few pages of that. We heard from representatives from Carberry landfill, and I think maybe Waste Management. Some of the folks may be here in the room. And we did hear from them. And, you know, they were very, I mean, they want to do the right thing too. I'm not here to demonize anybody. I mean, we all understand, every single one of us throws stuff away. I mean, like you said earlier, I mean, it's the stuff that we deal with. They're doing the best they can. They're trying to do it to the highest standards that's around. And I think their feedback was receptive, and it was they were respectful. I've had nothing. My interactions with them in this capacity have been nothing but top notch, and I think they're an industry that really want to do the right thing too, and we just have to work together to find out the pathway that best suits both sides.
Representative Rochefort, thank you for that.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Any other questions? Seeing none, I'd
Thank
like
you.
to call Jared Sullivan to speak.
Thank you. Yeah, my name is Jared Sullivan, representative for Grafton 2, which is Bethlehem and Franconia. One of the landfills that is so contentious is in my town of Bethlehem. I'm going to be as quick as I can because I have to get back up to my committee where 2 of my bills are in the middle of a working session and we haven't just got to them yet. So, anyways, I'm just here to talk about the fiscal note. It was somebody asked me, well, David asked me to look at it. He thought it didn't quite make sense, and so I thought I would look into it. And there are a few things in here that I feel like we should flag. So, for starters, they're talking about there being no impact on fiscal years 24 and 25. They're saying that they do not anticipate an impact on the state or local expenditures. So I guess everything starts in 2026 because that's when it's anticipated that the Bethlehem landfill will close down. It doesn't matter whether this bill passes or not, the Bethlehem landfill will close down. Even if something changed and we were able to extend the Bethlehem or do the expansion at the Bethlehem landfill, I've spoken with Casella and I've been there several times on the site and got a tour of the landfill because this is a super hot button issue in my town, as you can imagine. They've told me that even if the Dalton thing does get approved or somehow Bethlehem reversed course and we did expand the Bethlehem, there would be a gap in between there starting in 2026 because it takes that much time to build out. So this bill really has no impact of starting in 2026. That's going to happen regardless. So the fact that that entered this methodology in the fiscal note is a little concerning. Because those costs are going to increase regardless if that's what they do believe will happen. So their logic is, in their economic analysis of the impact of this bill is that you're going to see a decrease in the supply of landfill space or capacity to deal with waste, right? And that is true. You're going to see that, and that generally does when you see decreases in supply of things, costs do go up. But that's kind of looking at it in a vacuum. And I think that in this world, there are other things that happen. So when prices of one thing happens, generally the substitutes react. And so, if the cost of Coca-Cola went up dramatically, would all switch and start consuming Pepsi instead, right? And Pepsi could start producing more because they would have a market opportunity. Well, it's reasonable to assume that certainly in the medium term, maybe not immediately, but the medium term, if we decide not to increase our landfill capacity in the state, that the other things would step in to fill that void because there would be a market opportunity. Again, this bill doesn't, I think this is a really key point. This bill does not impact whether or not the Bethlehem landfill is going to close. It's going to close regardless of whether we extend the life in Bethlehem in the future or have Dalton. This capacity problem happens with or without this bill. And this fiscal note suggests that the problems from a financial standpoint start to occur in 2026. It's just not true. It doesn't make sense. And I hope that you guys can, use that clear, flawed methodology to discredit this part of the fiscal analysis. And with that, I'll open up questions. And if not, I'll run back to my committee.
Any questions? Representative Coulon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for taking my question, Representative. I heard what you said about the increases, and you made some good points on the economic thing. But living in Grafton County, like a lot of our constituents, myself included, we have private waste. So one thing that worries me about bills like this is that we can't really see too far into the future, right? Because, the world in 2019 is a lot different, than it is today. And we didn't see these unforeseen things, or we do live in an uncertain world. So is there any kind of concern that you have about, waste management prices rising between now and 2031? And, because that does impact our constituents and our own waste services costs. My costs have gone up in this past year alone. So I'm just wondering if there's any concerns regarding prices.
So if your prices have gone up in the past year, it's not because of this bill, obviously. So I think the market forces that drive cost increases are anything from national inflation problems that we've all seen, increases in gas prices or oil prices that drive these vehicles that pick up our waste, labor shortages, so you have to pay people who work and drive these trucks, and these waste removal service companies have to pay their staff more. Like, all of those things are going to drive the cost. They're going to pass that on to you. If you're going to look at this bill specifically, the relevant question is, does this bill prevent capacity from coming on? And the reality is, it might. but it's not clear that that's entirely true, right? And so we know that the Bethlehem thing is not scheduled to be expanded because the town won't allow it. They've already like voted it down at the town level. The Dalton thing remains kind of in the air. Last I checked, that might come, it might not, but it's certainly not going to come in 2026. And if it does pass, I can't speak to how long it would take to develop it. But if it's definitely not going to be by 2026, 27. So it'd be some point between then and 2031, which is what the moratorium is suggesting. Whether or not that happens, I don't know. So I guess you could make an argument that if the assumption that the Dalton thing will be developed, then potentially there could be an increase, potentially compared to the status quo. I don't know that you could. I don't know if that's a super reasonable assumption. You have to make some real assumptions to get to that outcome that prices will increase because of this bill. Prices might very well increase because of the inflationary environment or a whole host of other reasons, but because of this bill, that feels like a stretch to me without knowing a little bit more information.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. With regard to the waste disposal hierarchy, we know that landfilling is our least preferred method of dealing with the things that we consume, buy, purchase, all of the other things. And I also noted in the report that was issued that was associated with the prime sponsor's testimony that we're only 26% recycling rate for the state of New Hampshire. And I think that we have our triangle upside down right now. So our desire would be to be recycling more and landfilling less. Would you not agree?
I mean, sure, ideally. I mean, I'm not an expert of the best way to deal with our waste problems, but there's plenty of material to be recycled and it should be recycled. My understanding is that recycling rates across the entire country are quite low, but I don't want to pretend like I'm an expert on this. I'm not an expert on why we recycle what we recycle and why we don't recycle what we don't recycle compared to other nations or other parts of the country even. On that point, I would say that there are a lot of things that could be recycled that perhaps aren't recycled. And I know in my town of Bethlehem, we're like one of the only towns in the North Country that actually has curbside pickup. And in it, we have all the recycling thrown into one bin. And from my understanding, much of it just gets landfilled anyways and doesn't get separated out. I think basically the metal gets separated out. Again, don't hold me to that. I'm not an expert on it. This is just what I've been told. But I think recycling is important. I think if we can create a market for that stuff, or if there is a market for that stuff, I think from an economic standpoint, I'm an economist. That's why I was asked to come speak here. From an economic standpoint, you got to ask, why are we not recycling things? And I don't know the answer to that. But if there's a market for this stuff, why is it not being recycled? Does it take a government nudge to force us in that direction? Or is there some sort of market failure that is causing us to, is it a lack of infrastructure for recycling stuff that makes recycling more expensive than landfilling currently? And I think that's actually a pretty interesting question that it would be good for somebody to kind of look at or explain. I don't know the answer to it, but certainly it's preferable to recycle, holding all else constant.
Thank you. And one follow-up, if I may.
Sure.
So to that end, I guess if we increase all of our other things, like I believe maybe was mentioned in the other testimonies, and we do other waste diversion, composting, recycling, is it your assumption that the impact and burden of capacity might slow down with these other efforts?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that's a very logical assumption. And also, I mean, one of the big concerns with landfills, and I know I'm not educating anybody on this topic, but just to say it because it needs to be said, one of the big concerns about landfills in this specific location of Bethlehem or the Dalton facility is that the potential for leaking into water that's very close with the porous soil is pretty high. And that's the concern. And we're not saying we need no landfills. Obviously, we need landfills. This gives us time to kind of figure that out. And in that process, maybe there are other solutions which right now will be considered because they're sort of the default, the status quo. And there's always status quo bias in every decision making. And we know where the landfill is. And in my town, it's right there. So why would we have robust recycling facilities in my town or maybe the surrounding towns when you have a landfill right there? But yeah, if you can get more recycled, then that does seem like it might reduce capacity needs in the future for actual landfills.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. And with regard to capacity, the provision in the bill that would allow for the expansion of existing facilities, providing more capacity, would also counter inflationary pressures, right? In terms of the market, not inflationary per se, but we have the capacity, we have the ability through this bill to add capacity, which should help prevent the increase in costs, correct?
Yeah, I mean the Berlin one. I mean that's presumably where the stuff in my town will go when this landfill that we currently have closes. There's no reason why they can't expand. That this doesn't prohibit that, and that is a landfill that, from my understanding, is a good landfill in terms of it's not sitting on porous soil; it's sitting on a clay-based soil. So, if we're going to have expansions of other ones, the capacity problems may or may not materialize. Like, I think in the very, very short term, there's going to be capacity problems regardless of this bill because of what I laid out when I first started my testimony. But I think that, if that does drive up prices, guess what's going to happen? The market's going to work, and the landfill in Berlin, for example, will likely expand.
Representative Potenza.
Are you familiar with Dalton switching over to a new landfill outside of Bethlehem?
You mean they don't use the Bethlehem landfill?
Correct.
Somebody has told me that. Yeah, I don't know where it goes right now.
So they actually switched to Carberry,
Is
which
there a
is
question about this bill?
it is.
Okay.
They switched to Carberry, which was less money, which in talking about the money piece here, but in doing so, realizing that there is still plenty of capacity with the New Hampshire piece. So, because you have to be able to take New Hampshire trash first, in a sense. So if a landfill's taking 50% or more, then that also negates this with, we've got recycling and food waste and all that. Can you see that to be keeping us to a point in 2031?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think so. I don't think that this is going to drive up costs, and I think the costs are going to go up based on what's already in the pipeline because it takes a while to build these facilities. So this bill is not what's going to drive any sort of cost increases. Is the argument against this fiscal note, which I don't think was done very well. I think, and not that I don't generally live in a world of anecdotes, but I'll give you an anecdote to your point, which is I was doing work on my house this summer, and getting a dumpster from Casella, which would go to the landfill in my town, was considerably more expensive than getting one from a Berlin provider where it went to Carberry. And so it might just make sense to expand that area because they're already jacking up prices in Casella. It's already sort of oversubscribed to, it seems like, just based on the market forces that we're seeing.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
I call Wayne Morrison to come and speak. Welcome, Mr. Morrison.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
For the record, my name is Wayne Morrison, and I am the president of North Country Alliance for Balanced Change, which is a big title for a small group of volunteers who don't get paid for any of the work that they do. But I've spent the last 4 or 5 years working very hard with a coalition of people to try and make changes and reform some of the regulations, particularly around landfill siting, but also in protecting clean water all across the state. So I know you've had a long day, and I'm sure it's a long week. The testimony I gave you, I'm going to take a leap of faith, and I'm going to kind of set that aside. I'm not going to try and read it. I hope you will. It's was put together with a lot of care, and tried to express myself in terms of why I support this bill. But I think for the time that I have with you, I'd really like to focus my attention on why do we need to pause, and why 2031. There are multiple solid waste warning lights flashing in the state of New Hampshire. Some of them are flashing yellow, and some of them are flashing red. And it's important that this group, the legislature, pay attention to those and finally to act on them. Business as usual in the landfilling business is not going to be particularly good for New Hampshire. We have a booming outdoor recreation economy, and we need to protect the health and the environment, and we need to protect the best interests of our citizens and our businesses. The pause gives the legislature a chance first to evaluate a bunch of moving parts that we don't particularly have answers to today, but we need to get answers and then we need to act. I have 5 points that I would like to raise with the group. The first one being, you've heard a lot about capacity. And I am here to tell you, after diving into this and spending hundreds of hours trying to understand how DES and how our system works in calculating capacity, we absolutely do not have a capacity situation today. And the 2034 date that is quoted in the biennial report, I hope all of you know that that date is a function of a model that DES uses. I'm not against models, but they're only as good as the feedback and the data that you feed into them. And if you explore that model, and if Mike Wimsatt was here, Director Wimsatt was here, he would tell you that 2034 is not a date that's really meaningful, because that capacity shortfall starts because we assume the largest landfill in the state, operated by Waste Management, is going to shut down. That's not going to happen. They are going to expand, and they're going to continue to run the largest landfill in the state. 2034 is likely to be 2044 or 2054, depending on the capacity that they add at that time. So in considering the actions we need to take, it is clear that the legislature and the state has plenty of time to try and wade through some difficult problems, and to the extent that we can, we won't get it perfect, but we certainly will get it better than we have in the past. And now is the time to do that. We couldn't have a better time. So the pause is important, and the timing, this is the perfect time to stop. Secondly, my second point, the state went essentially 19 years without updating its solid waste plan. That action or lack of action was extremely detrimental to our solid waste position. Relative to Massachusetts, relative to Vermont, relative to Maine, while we were essentially ignoring the solid waste problem, other states were taking all kinds of actions. That has made us very attractive to the private operators in the solid waste business. It is not a surprise. It is not a difficult problem to see why trash is coming to New Hampshire. Our laws are behind the times, and they are more lax than our neighboring states. After 19 years, Karen Ebel and the Solid Waste Working Group put a year working diligently with DES to develop an updated plan. And guess what that plan says? The overarching goal of that plan is to reduce the amount of solid waste going in, needing disposal by 25%. What does that mean? Well, that's calculated based on how much municipal solid waste and how much construction and demolition material that we produce. 25%, as it turns out when you do the math, is 370,000 tons a year by the year 2030. And just to put that in perspective, if we were to hit that goal, those numbers are bigger than the 2 or the 3 of the largest landfills that currently operate in the state. So if we were successful, we would eliminate the need for one landfill. So I asked this group, why on earth, as we sit here in 2024, would we even be considering adding additional capacity before we even have a chance to see how are we going to do against that goal. Isn't that where the state of New Hampshire should be putting its energy? Isn't that where the investment should be going? The Solid Waste Working Group and the state's Solid Waste Management Plan says we should be in the diversion business, not the landfilling business. We should be worried about composting and recycling, reuse. We should not be looking to knock down trees and kill wetlands and make more space for more landfills. Our neighboring states are closing landfills, and they are shipping their trash to New Hampshire. We should all be very upset about that. Our neighbors to the south are fixing their problem by making it our problem. And by the way, it's not only the trash they sent us, but that trash is turning into leachate. And you should think of leachate as PFAS. Landfills are essentially PFAS factories. They produce millions and millions of gallons of leachate every year. And that has to be collected, stored, pumped, transported, and treated somewhere in the state. And that puts New Hampshire citizens and New Hampshire businesses at risk every single day. And although the industry wants to tell you about doubled line systems and monitoring wells, well, let me tell you, they all leak. And the last thing that we need is another landfill when we don't need the capacity and we're going to solve somebody else's problem. The third thing is the change in the updating of the DES rules. Nobody that I talk to anywhere in the state can tell me when was the last time we had a new landfill. Most of them are organically grown from dumps that somebody acquired and grew. We haven't had a greenfield landfill in anyone's memory. We should at least make sure before we ever have another new landfill, we are using the latest rules, the tightest possible regulations to protect our resources and our people. Fourth, new tougher regulatory standards are under review for forever chemicals, PFAS, which are abundantly present in every bit of the leachate that gets produced. Toxic chemicals are one of the reasons landfilling is at the very bottom of the state's solid waste hierarchy. We make beautiful PowerPoint slides that say, here's the hierarchy. And at the very bottom tip, the last thing, the move of last resort is to create a landfill. And then our behavior is the exact inverse. The first thing we do is we've got a capacity problem, let's either expand or let's add a new one. What are we doing? Now is the time to change direction. The last item I want to talk to you about is that the overarching problem taxing New Hampshire's solid waste management system is the unlimited importation of out-of-state waste by private operators. Everything else pales in comparison to that. Whether it's 40%, 50%, if we keep on the track that we're going, it's going to be 60%. There's no stopping it. And to my understanding, DES has no control over that. They can't limit it. We are letting private operators dictate our solid waste strategy, and that's obscene. I do not blame DES. It has taken an executive branch, a legislative branch, and the Department of Environmental Services to get us where we are today. But guess what? We can fix all of that. DES cannot do that alone. They cannot fix the out-of-state waste problem, but you can. There are bills coming your way. There are actions we can take. This pause is so important because if we don't pause, the risk is that we are going to let another private operator open a new landfill, and guess what? We are going to institutionalize out-of-state waste for decades and decades to come. And while you guys go off and look at other things and a million other bills, and you've got all kinds of priorities, people in the North Country are going to have to live with that decision. And it won't be me. It'll be the next generation and the generation after that that will not get to experience the beauty and the environment and all those things that make New Hampshire, New Hampshire. And it's why our outdoor recreation industry is absolutely booming. It's why people want to come here. Now is exactly the time to pause, to focus, to seek both technical and policy solutions to ensure that if and when we actually do need another landfill, by God, we get it right. We're not ready to do that now. DES is not in a position to make the kind of decisions that reflect a 100-year commitment that one of these landfills ends up being. I know this sounds like a radical proposal to pause, but sometimes that's what you need to get perspective and focus. And the people of New Hampshire deserve that. Again, I will say, I'm not anti-business. I spent my entire life working in Fortune 500 companies. I'm pro-business. But the businesses I want to support are the restaurants and the shops and the breweries and all those businesses that are doing well in our state. And one landfill puts all of that at risk, particularly one that we don't need and one that will serve the needs of Massachusetts as much or more than it will the people of New Hampshire. Please, please, vote ought to pass and support this bill. I take any questions.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you. I call Haley Jones.
To the esteemed members of committee, thanks so much for making the time today. My name is Haley Jones, and I am the Vermont and New Hampshire State Director with an organization called Slingshot, where we work alongside communities most impacted by environmental health issues to build local power and take aim at polluters. We partner with people from communities who are most impacted by environmental problems, whether we're talking about leaking landfills or PFAS in your water. And we train folks from all walks of life in the skills that they need to make change in their neighborhoods and beyond. We join leaders together to build powerful statewide, regional, and national networks that lay the foundation for lasting change in the world of environmental health. I am here today alongside, virtually and physically, small business owners and scientific experts and community leaders from across the state to testify in support of HB 1620 to put a moratorium or a pause on new landfill permits until 2031. We really owe it all to Granite. We all owe it to Granite State residents to think carefully about our waste management and our landfill siting practices before we rush headfirst into a commitment that is going to affect generations to come. And as folks in my generation say, we are not ready to define the relationship with landfill siting yet in New Hampshire. We know that all landfills leak, discharging leachate into the surrounding soils, where this garbage juice can travel with really concerning speed. And when you site landfills on porous or otherwise unsuitable terrain, this toxic leachate can contaminate community water sources before our regulatory agencies, as hard as they might try, have a chance to respond. And I know from my line of work that after seeping through these piles of waste, leachate can be carrying lead and arsenic, heavy metals, and toxic forever chemicals like PFAS, all of which are huge public health concerns. We know that PFAS alone are associated with cancers, with reproductive disorders, and serious developmental problems. So it's clear that whenever we have the opportunity, we need to be preventing their spread. As you've heard in prior comments, landfill siting is a high stakes game. And there are corporate polluters out there who are pushing for permit approvals that would have us all gamble with people's lives. So I'm asking you all, instead of making hasty decisions that sacrifice the health of our most vulnerable towns, we need to take this pause. We need to be actively reducing our solid waste production in accordance with this zero waste hierarchy. And we need to prevent further devastating pollution. We don't want another Claremont. We don't want another Merrimack. We don't want another Bethlehem. We really, really need to take this pause. So I'll just end by saying we know that now is not the time to play games with our future. And so I'm urging you all to vote ought to pass on 1620 to ensure a thriving future for all the generations to come. Thank you so much for your time, and I'm happy to take questions.
Questions? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Call Kristen Koch. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Kirsten Koch. I'm the Vice President of Public Policy for the Business and Industry Association. We serve as New Hampshire's statewide Chamber of Commerce and represent hundreds of businesses in the state of New Hampshire. I'm here today to express BIA's opposition to House Bill 1620. As established by BIA's public policy priorities, we support science-based environmental policies that balance economic development with the long-term sustainability of the state's natural resources. BIA has concerns regarding House Bill 1620 because we believe this proposal fails to strike the delicate balance between allowing for economic development and environmental protection. Firstly, we believe House Bill 1620 is unnecessary. The solid waste rules are currently already in the process of being updated by the New Hampshire Department of Environmental Services and are slated to be done this year. Further, we're concerned that the year 2031 has been arbitrarily determined and is an unreasonably long timeline for a moratorium on landfill permits. Second, the landfill permitting, siting process and development process takes years to complete. From my discussions with technical experts, they've estimated this process takes about 6 to 10 years if all goes smoothly, which we know from recent experience has been a challenge. I'd also like to address line 5 in the bill. There was discussion about this earlier about DES will accept and investigate permits, applications during the moratorium time. This line does not alleviate our concerns because it basically allows for applications to be held while the goalpost is moved, whether it's through rules or legislation. If passed, we believe this bill could ultimately result in a shortage of in-state disposal capacity, resulting in New Hampshire-generated solid waste having to be shipped out of state for disposal. And these existing landfills cannot expand exponentially. Not only is this problematic for the solid waste industry, but we believe these changes will have negative consequences and exponentially increase the costs for business in every industry throughout New Hampshire. Additionally, shipping waste out of state has unintended consequences, such as dramatically increasing the carbon footprint associated with in-state generated waste disposal. This is one of the many reasons that are completely contrary to the both federal and state carbon reduction goals and should be a primary reason not to pass this bill. In conclusion, BIA respectfully requests the committee to vote inexpedient to legislate on House Bill 1620 because if passed, the bill would be damaging to New Hampshire's business climate, future economic development, and could also result in unintended environmental impacts as affordable in-state disposal capacity becomes more scarce. Thank you for your consideration. I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Koch. I'm interested to know if BIA would find a lesser pause acceptable. I mean, if it wasn't 2031, would BIA be amenable to something like, 2028, something like that? Insofar as, I mean, we've heard testimony saying that, we've got a lot of things going on. We've got rules being developed. We've got issues with certain landfills maybe we just really need to step back and assess what's going on, what we might need in terms of policy and so forth. What's your thought on that?
Thank you for the question, Madam Chair. I believe that, of course, a shorter moratorium would be a modest improvement, but with rule changes, being updated this year already, I'm not sure if it's necessary.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
I have two questions. First question, has the BIA read the report, the final report for the study of unlimited surface area permits for landfills out of waste?
Thank you for the question. I've reviewed it briefly.
So then my second question would be, how can you say that the bill could cause a capacity issue when the state says otherwise?
I think we're under the belief that, if it takes 6 to 10 years to permit and we're concerned about capacity starting in 2034, then, we're getting pretty close there.
Okay, thank you. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have two questions too. First of all, the BIA is probably concerned with job generation, and do you anticipate that building these anticipated landfills would create jobs, or what is the business opportunity in building more landfills?
Thank you for the question. Well, I represent the greater business community, so I can't specifically discuss, what the solid waste industry is looking for here, but of course it would generate more jobs.
And my second question is regarding science. You say you use science-based information to make your decisions. Could you sort of explain what scientific body you're using to determine these things?
Thank you for the question. I believe I said that we support science-based policy. In communicating with technical experts within our membership, environmental experts.
Representative Germana.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm a college professor, and true to form, I'm going to be pedantic about the letter here. You indicate we believe these changes will have negative consequences and exponentially increase costs for businesses in every industry. So leaving aside for a moment the actual technical definition of exponential, I'm assuming this is a more a less precise term, meaning just rapid, as opposed to literally exponential. But can you tell us, this goes a little bit to Representative Howard's question, how you've determined that? Have you run models? What specific data do you have that you could provide the committee that would demonstrate that there would be a rapid, large increase in costs to industry throughout the state?
Thank you for the question. This information is anecdotal from our members. We know that if they have to pay to send their waste out of state for disposal, that's going to cost more the further they have to send it. If they're shipping their waste to Ohio for disposal, that's going to cost more than keeping it in state.
Thank you.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, just to follow up on the question of jobs, I'm wondering if in the process of looking at the employment prospects for the North Country as the result of either having another landfill up there or not, would the landfills provided by would the jobs provided by the landfill offset the potential loss of jobs in the tourism industry?
Thank you for the question. I think it's a good question to look into, but I don't have the answer.
Representative Murray.
Thank you, and thank you for taking my question. So my other question to you around jobs would be, is there not the potential for other, if this bill were to go forward, is there a potential for other jobs in ancillary industries to maybe be developed or come alive as a result of a pause and a refocus on some other areas that might be around recycling efforts or some other types of related things that would more comport to our waste disposal hierarchy?
Thank you for the question. And I would say certainly. Our opposition here is not just about jobs, though. It's about economic development and the ability for businesses to thrive in New Hampshire. So it's not limited to just that.
Interested to know, excuse me, how did you get to the number that it takes 6 to 10 years to permit a new landfill?
In discussions with our technical experts and our membership environmental experts, we're talking about, from the beginning of the application process to the actual development of a landfill.
Is that something that, a number that you have also verified with Department of Environmental Services?
I have not spoken with them directly about verifying that number, but I'm sure they could attest to that in their testimony.
Okay, I don't see any other pink cards, so I don't know. Okay. Representative Murray.
Yes, thank you. I did have one other question or comment. Could you speak to, there are currently situations in where some of our waste is already disposed of out of state for various natures, if it's a toxic substance or some other entity where we don't deal with that in the state. Which portion are you referring to where there would be an increase in out of state disposal?
Thank you for the question. I think the scenario that I'm referring to in that situation would be if we no longer had enough capacity in New Hampshire and had to dispose of our waste then out of state.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Bixby.
Yes, do you know if your experts took into account in their assessment of timing the fact that DES does not permit beyond a certain date simply because it's their policy to have end dates on permits, but that end date does not imply that there is not future capacity. It's just the end date of a particular permit, and that permits can be and are renewed on a regular basis for extensions of 10 to 20 years.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, so DES has a cycle of permitting, and they when they say our current permitted capacity is through such and such a date, say 2034. The fact that the permitted capacity is through 2034 doesn't mean that suddenly the landfills that are permitted no longer have capacity. It's merely that they will need to renew their permits, and that the actual capacity may be substantially higher in the future than what's reflected by the permitted capacity. Do your experts take that into account when they're looking at the potential of sending waste out of state?
Well, I think that's an accurate statement, but we're just judging by what's approved right now.
Thank you.
Representative Potenza.
I have two questions. First question is Casella Waste Management a member of the BIA?
Yes.
Okay. Second question, did the BIA go, for example, to a current area, for example, Rochester or Bethlehem, and then get all of those businesses on board with this? And if so, I'd love to have a list of that, because I went up there and talked to a lot of businesses, and they are very much against a new landfill in their area.
Thank you for the question. We have a policy development process that goes through our policy advisory subcommittee made up of executive board members. That's how we come to decisions on bills.
So you can't give specific businesses that support or don't support this legislation?
Thank you for the question. It's decided by the members of that subcommittee.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming and speaking with us this afternoon.
Thank you for the opportunity.
I have no other pink cards, but I see Ms. Kerm. And I'd like you to fill out a pink card if you get a chance, please.
Yes, I actually sent one up to you, and I don't know where it got to, but I'm happy to fill out another one.
You gave it to me for the other bill. Oh, it was for the other bill, but I didn't see one for this one. Did it get lost?
No problem. I can fill out
Another
Ah,
one.
it's all right.
fine.
You're on.
Okay, thank you. For the record, my name is Sarah Uhas Kern, and I'm the Assistant Director of the Waste Management Division at New Hampshire DES. And this is Leah McKenna, Administrator of the Solid Waste Management Bureau. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on House Bill 1620. DES opposes this bill because it suspends solid waste permitting activities that are important to maintaining the stability of the solid waste market in the state, and we're concerned that it could have adverse economic consequences on New Hampshire communities and New Hampshire businesses. And that concern about the economic consequences is related to the projections of capacity and capacity need, which are in some ways difficult to assess. It appears that the 2031 date was selected based on a chart that's in the solid waste biennial report. And the projections in that report indicate that need will not exceed capacity until sometime after 2031. I think it's 2035. But it's important to understand that these projections do not take into account important factors, such as the location of the capacity in the state. And also, it doesn't take into account the fact that landfills are able to accept out-of-state waste. When you take those factors into consideration, there is a potential for a capacity need much sooner. Year 26, 27 is what our fiscal note says. While the bill does allow for permitting of expansions at existing landfills to continue during this period of time, existing landfills may not be positioned or inclined to apply for expansion. So it may not be reliable to solely rely on potential landfill expansions to solve any capacity need issues that would arise during that period of time. That summarizes our concerns about the bill, and I'm happy to take questions.
Representative Nab.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm curious because it came up the other day, and because the previous speaker was just talking about their process, what the process is by which DES decides whether to take a position for or against a bill, or to just offer commentary and remain neutral.
The process involves discussing the details of the bill with our leadership.
Representative Dutsey.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chairperson. So Nashua has capacity out for 40 years, okay, in its landfill. So if Nashua could do that, why can't other landfills manage their landfills to have that kind of capacity?
It depends on the specifics of the landfill, how much space they have, what the geometry of the landfill is. Some landfills have phases of approvals, how much space is left in their phase. So it's specific to the landfill.
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Most of the reasons that you gave for opposing this bill were financial or economic. And isn't your purview to protect and take care of the environment? So I'm just wondering why, why bringing in garbage from outside and keeping that income level going is more important than protecting the environment?
There are a couple issues to unpack there. The first is that, yes, our mission is to protect human health and the environment. And the Solid Waste Management Act actually charges us with both making sure that New Hampshire has appropriate outlet for its solid waste and meeting the goals for the different types of ways of dealing with the solid waste and protecting the environment. But the economic concerns are related to that responsibility that we have to make sure that the solid waste that does need to get landfilled can be landfilled in a way that is affordable. In response to your question about waste from out of state coming into state, DES does not have authority over that, so we don't have a way to control that.
Representative Bixby.
Yeah, so the question came up with the previous speaker about how long it takes to permit and deploy a new landfill. What is the timeframe for from the initiation of the process to it becoming open?
Yes, I did hear that in the previous testimony, and it makes sense to me that the experts that BIA consulted would indicate that it was 6 to 10 years, because from the point of doing the planning and siting before an application is ever submitted, it makes sense that it would take that long to the point of getting permitted.
Thank you.
And so you're saying that we have capacity to 2027? I mean, we saw one report that says 2031, and you were saying that that report doesn't take certain capacity issues into consideration, and that you were mostly looking at more around 2027.
In our fiscal note, we indicated that we could see some decrease in capacity by that time, by 2027.
So that's decreasing. Do you know what percentage of decrease in capacity?
I don't have that information.
Okay. Representative Murray.
Thank you. While we're talking about decreases here, I was referring back to the 2021-22 biennial solid waste report that your department issued. And I was looking at the roughly 1.5 million tons of waste that was noted as being disposed of between MSW and C&D in the year 2018. And we are at a 7% reduction as compared to 2018. In 2022, 1.3, maybe 1.4 million tons were disposed of in the year 2022. So we are trending in the right direction of disposing of less, albeit slowly, but it seems like there are incremental decreases in year-over-year changes from 2020 all the way to 2022 with some fluctuation. So I didn't know if you expect those trends to continue or not, and if you could speak to that.
We do hope and expect those trends to continue, and with implementation of increased recycling, increased composting, all of the things that our solid waste plan, which is a 10-year plan, proposes to have implemented, we would see the amount being landfilled decrease further.
Representative Potenza.
I have a couple questions, if okay. So the report says 2034, though, not 2031. I just wanted to correct that. So
Which report?
the one that you were just saying that
Okay.
it, yeah. So in any case, I wanted to understand about capacity. And it's true that with all of the permit applications, 100% New Hampshire comes first, correct? We come first. We have to be able to take care of our waste before anyone else, correct?
I don't really understand your question.
In the permit application that someone's putting in for a landfill, so the current landfills, preference 100% is New Hampshire's trash.
Preference in the permit application? I'm sorry, I'm not following. I'm not trying to be obtuse.
Are you trying to say that when a landfill operator accepts solid waste, that they have 100% preference to that coming from New Hampshire, and then what comes from out of state?
Correct, in the planning
Do-
of the
do-
permit.
Do our waste operators have any kind of preference to where the waste is coming from when it comes to their facility? I mean, will they? They won't. They take New Hampshire trash before they would take out of state trash. No. Yes.
DES does not is not able to set a limit or a percentage of in-state as opposed to out-of-state trash that the landfills will accept.
I'm not,
Hang on, no, hang on. Then go ahead, Representative Potenza.
yeah, I'm not saying it's like a preference or anything like that. It's truly an obligation. It's in the permit. It says that you shall guarantee capacity for New Hampshire. It's a New
They're
Hampshire.
required to take New Hampshire waste, yes. Yes.
Okay. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The current rules expire in July, is that right? About landfills? They're working on new rules that will take place so the current permit application will the old rules apply or the new rules as that progresses through the system?
That's a question that we've posed to DOJ, and I don't have the answer today.
Okay. Representative Potenza.
So in the current application that DES has, they state in there that application came in, can you give me exactly when that application came?
I
Around
believe
what time?
October.
Okay, so October. They're basically saying that they can take trash in 2027. So how is that 6 to 10 years?
I'm not prepared today, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to speak about any permit application that we are currently reviewing.
Okay. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, I want to thank you for your testimony today.
Thank you, and we'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Any other persons who would like to speak on this bill? Seeing none, I'd like the blue sheet, please. And from our online portal, we have 337 people signed in support of this bill and 7 in opposition. And on our blue sheet, thank you, Representative Nab. We have 4 in favor. And with that, I'm going to close out the hearing for HB 1620. And I guess it's a wrap for today. We'll see you all bright and early tomorrow, 10 o'clock. Thank you.